paper?
Or just Lope? No, Honorable Macho, Honorable Who, please, I'm on allowing Rope. I will only go to your issues, whether procedure, whether what, later. Because there are shortcuts, I will handle matters of national importance after we finish the bills. Your major work is to do bills. You usually bring matters of national importance. You move out with the media and then you leave us here. Let us do business. Yes.
Dispensation, according to me, Right Honourable Speaker, not in any way intended to impeach your guidance to members, but because once again a red flag to the House and to the country on a very critical matter that I thought should not go without being again on record, Right Honourable Speaker, in a few minutes. Right Honourable Speaker, for the bulk of the first session and second session of the 11th Parliament, the most critical matter from our side, not that others are any less important, has been human rights abuses, in particular enforced disappearances and torture. Right Honourable Speaker, as we speak, despite the commitments from government, namely that the abductions and enforced disappearances are under control, the devil is back, Right Honourable Speaker. We have reports from families of a number of people abducted either from places of work or waylaid by people in uniform and ununiformed in the infamous drones, Right Honourable Speaker. Around May this year, this House instructed the Minister for Security and Internal Affairs to account names I tabled here as disappeared. I did not only table their names, but including contacts of their families for government to follow up and account. To date, Right Honourable Speaker, no accountability has ever been given. But instead, more people are being abducted and kept incommunicado. Those who have resurfaced in one way or another, resurface, tortured, bruised, others are dumped at police stations. It's a big problem, Right Honourable Speaker. And I would like to ask of our friends at the front bench that the record of this country is that while you are in government, citizens were being abducted and you are ministers. The Prime Minister, that while you are Prime Minister, you instructed drones to go and abduct people and they disappeared. It will go on your record. And I would like, Right Honourable Speaker, this House pronounce itself. The orders given then were never followed. The Minister for Security did not report back. The Minister for Internal Affairs is comfortable home, and there is no record of reporting. And we did ask, we made a very simple request. If they are dead, they should declare them dead, probably avail the bodies for decent burial by their families.
Colleagues,
Right Honourable Speaker.
Colleagues, I don't want to open up this. Let Lope.
This week, early this week.
Lope, if you could conclude.
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. Early this week, the President of the Republic was chief guest at the commemoration of the disappearance and eventual murder of the first Chief Minister of Uganda, Benedicto Chiwanuka. And he was really very, very serious about murders and disappearances. I am wondering whether he's aware or has since lost control and that some other people are in charge and he's not the same president who condemned the killers of Chiwanuka, and they are the same killers of their offsprings killing and abducting citizens now. I take leave, I am resubmitting the names for the attention of this House of those citizens I tabled as disappeared and have never been seen again. In fact, on some of them, the Minister of Security considered that actually they have them, but we have never seen them. So it's safe to say that the Minister of Internal Affairs and by extension the state is aware of these disappearances, Right Honourable Speaker, and they are not about to account. The decent thing to do is for them to go and inform their families, now that they have the contacts, that these people are long or dead, or probably even their bodies were eaten. Short of that, they should present them for decent burial. Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to once again resubmit these names for the attention of the House and for the attention of all and sundry, although we will follow this House of Parliament and the country in the future, that this happened and nothing was done. Right Honourable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Colleagues, we extensively discussed this matter. This was around, I think, like a month ago, because we handled two critical reports. The report on human rights, which the committee presented, and it was very, very detailed. We also had a report on the state of prisons, which touched on some of these issues. And really, there was a commitment here that indeed some of these issues were glaring and they were making us look ugly. And this report was signed by members from both sides. We never even had a minority report on this issue. So we gave, when a speaker is speaking, you don't stand up. As per Rule 220 of our rules of procedure, we gave the minister 3 months to come back and submit an action taken report on the recommendations of the House on both reports. But this new, you know, what I've seen in the monitor, what we've all seen, I think the issues I can't answer for you.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Of course, we have seen what has been put in Parliament by the leader of opposition, and it's not good, of course. I request that we give the Minister of Security time to come and give a statement, because the minister, the leader of opposition was giving a statement.
Excuse me, which order can you raise on someone saying I give a statement? Please, colleagues, no, please.
So that they give
Prime Minister
a comprehensive statement on this, since we have even new abductions that we have seen in the papers. I request to write, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I know these are issues which we shall go here, we quarrel, we raise, and they become, no, it's important. That's why Europe has raised it. And colleagues, your leader has spoken. If you had this issue, you would have taken it to your leader. He's your leader. Yes. So respect your leader. Okay? Respect your leader. Now, colleagues, I know this, there is nothing you resolve. Shall appear in the press, we raise it, we do what? You know, in the end, we never even find that we've helped the victims the way Rope has done it. Rope has structured his presentation very well. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, please, on Friday, tomorrow is Thursday, on Friday, let us have a meeting, Prime Minister, Rope, Shadow Minister for Security, Government Chief Whip, Opposition Chief Whip, Minister for Internal Affairs, and Minister for Security. We first tackle these issues. Okay? Now, what you're doing, you're trying to change my ruling, challenge my ruling, and you know the procedure. Next item. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper.
You see, you colleagues, you cannot pretend to know this issue better than Rope. I have been in justice, let him come. So because I have been in office, none of you has brought this issue to my office. Yes, you have been bringing issues of storm, issues of what? Now Rope has raised it, you want to jump on it as if you know it better. So I will not allow that. So next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper. To commemorate 100 years of the existence of Makerere University.
Honorable Professor Mshemeza. Colleagues, let's listen to Professor. You see, right. Why some of you go around quoting others? For him, he quotes his own books. So you better respect him.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I move under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. This is a motion for a resolution of Parliament commemorate 100 years of the existence of Makerere University. Whereas Makerere University was established on 1st August 1922 as the Uganda Technical College and offered courses in carpentry, building construction, mechanics, arts, education, agriculture, and medicine. And whereas in 1923, Uganda Technical College was renamed Makerere College and began offering various programs in medical care, agriculture, veterinary sciences, and teacher training. And by 1935, the college had been expanded to become a center of higher education in East Africa. Aware that in 1937, Makerere College began offering post-secondary education certificate courses and later became affiliated to the University College of London, allowing it to offer programs leading to the award of degrees of University College of London. Recording that in 1949, the British Protectorate government granted Makerere College university status, and later in 1963, the college was renamed Makerere College, University of East Africa, following the establishment of the East African Community. Noting that on 1st July 1970, Makerere College, University of East Africa became a national university under the name Makerere University, offering undergraduate and postgraduate programs leading to the award of degrees on its own accord, recognized developed into a collegiate-based university with 10 constituent colleges, all operating as semi-autonomous units of the university, and an ever-increasing student population, which currently stands at about 35,000 undergraduates and 3,000 postgraduates, both Ugandan and foreigners, with over 300,000 alumni spread across the world. Appreciating that Makerere University has actively participated in the political transformation of Uganda and other African countries through imparting students with knowledge, which encouraged self-awareness and self-determination and the rise of nationalism, which students, upon graduating, provided national leadership during the pre- and post-colonial political struggles of Uganda and other African nations. Further appreciating that Makerere University has also been instrumental in the social and economic transformation of Uganda through innovating and creating programs which have increased the employability of Ugandan citizens and provided the necessary workforce for developing Uganda, and has conducted research which focuses on urgent and contemporary problems faced by the country. Cognizant that Makerere University has been continuously recognized among the best universities in the world and is currently by the US News and World Report of 2022 as the 15th best university in Africa, the 712th best university worldwide, and third best university in sub-Saharan Africa, outside South Africa, and the best university in East Africa. Yeah. Further cognizant that this year, 2022, marks 100 years of the existence of Makerere University, making it Uganda's largest and oldest institution of higher learning. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Parliament, 1, collectively honors Makerere University for its contribution to the socio-economic development and transformation of Uganda. Collectively appreciates the various chancellors, vice chancellors, heads of colleges, and other employees of service and immense contribution to the development of Makerere University. 3, collectively appreciates all persons of goodwill who have over the years donated financial and other resources to Makerere University for their contribution to the development of Makerere University. 4, congratulates the student body of Makerere University and Makerere University alumni on this auspicious occasion. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable. Is the motion seconded? Honorable Bahati, Honorable Fidra, Arua, Honorable Roni, all members of goodwill. Honorable, before you speak to your motion, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Makerere University. Now, what's going on? Colleagues, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Makerere University, comprised of members of the University Council and top management. They include the following: Mrs. Rona Magara, Chairperson of Council, women at the helm again. Right Honorable Dan Kidega, Vice Chair of Council. Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, Vice Chancellor. Professor Umar Kakumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs. Professor Alena Itwe Henry, Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance. Dr. Engineer Charles Wana ATM, former Chairperson of the Council. Honorable Professor Tikodri Togboa, CEO, Kira Motors, and former Deputy Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. Professor Helen Nkabara, Chairperson, Students Affairs. Mr. Innocent Chihika, Chairperson, Appointments Board. Dr. Frederick Togo, Chairperson, ICT Committee. Mrs. Jore Uzamkunda, Chairperson, Staff Development. Our very senior elder, Engineer Kagoda, former PS Internal Affairs, and who is also the Chairperson, Estates and Works Committee. Mr. Yusuf Chiranda, former Guild President, Makerere University, and University Secretary. Professor Muhwezi, Deputy Principal, MUBS. Professor Winston Ireta, Chairperson, Committee on Legal and Rules. Also, of course, there are very many, but also, of course, we have in the public gallery, we have members of staff, of university staff of Makerere. Oh, I have seen Mr. Chris Ninsima, the representative of Nudipu on Makerere University Council. So, and several staff of Makerere University who have accompanied the team, council, and management. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Colleagues, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have members of Obongi Students Association. They are here to observe proceedings of the House, and they are represented by Honorable George Didi Boka and Honorable Maneno Zumra. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. So, Honorable, would you like to speak to your motion? 2 minutes. Yes, procedure, Honorable Korik. Honorable Chon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. The procedure matter I wanted to raise, honorable members, we are aware some of our colleagues went to Makerere University. And the same recognition we are doing today for 100 years. Would it be procedure right? We also recognize them if there's a trophy of gold medal. We also give them. We like to see them.
Can I request all members of parliament that have gone through Makerere to stand up for recognition? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chon. That was a good one. Thank you. Yes. Honorable Professor Mshemeza, please speak to your motion. Oh, Honorable Mshemeza, before you could speak to your motion, can I request members of parliament who have been guild presidents at Makerere University to stand up for recognition? Honorable Chibadia, Honorable Deke, Honorable Sariva. Can I also request members of parliament who have been lecturers and staff of Makerere to stand up, read by my senior lecturer, Dr. Nsubambi, Professor Mshemeza, Kano Marsko, Dr. Florence Akiki, and colleagues. I have seen some people who are appointing themselves lecturers from nowhere. Now that's when you know the value of going to Makerere and lecturing at Makerere. Because I've seen Honorable Kayemba Soro reading the team of lecturers. So, Honorable Mshemeza, speak to your motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed again, Honorable Chubadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, since we are celebrating 100 years and 95% of members of parliament here went through Makerere, wouldn't it be procedurally right, Honorable Speaker, to just sing one stanza at the chorus of Makerere so that we recognize and...
Honorable I will allow you to do that in the corridor after the session. Honorable, speak to your motion. You can cross to the canteen, you do it, and then you come back here.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Makerere University is celebrating 100 years. But what are we celebrating? In which context did Makerere University emerge? And what should we be looking forward in the next decades? Worldwide, institutions of higher learning trace their roots as early as the 3rd century AD, with some of the features of the time surviving up to the present day. Until recently, Eurocentric history professors thought that it was the Europeans who brought higher education to the African continent. While the Europeans have indeed influenced African education for quite some time, there is vital information that most history books leave out. For centuries, before the arrival of Europeans, the vast and advanced native African civilizations already had sophisticated universities and other institutions of higher learning to boast about. Right, Honorable Speaker, indeed, Africa has had institutions of higher learning for centuries, including those of indigenous, Islamic, and later Western origins. The earliest recorded universities appear in the northern part of the continent, most notably in Egypt and Morocco. The University of Al-Qurain was established in Fez, Morocco, in 859 AD, and is considered one of the oldest continuously operating universities in the world. It played a leading role in relations between Islamic world and Europe in the Middle Ages. Right, Honorable Speaker, when the colonial era set in, more universities were established on the African continent. Other countries of the colonial masters. It was through linkages with the universities in Europe that issues of quality assurance, quality staff development, and funding were boosted. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the period that followed independence, that is 1960 and 1970s, higher education was limited with one university per country in most cases. Although the quality of graduates and research output was high, higher education was indeed a privilege of the few. The situation, however, changed in the 1980s and 1990s. African states realized they needed to have an educated mass in various fields: engineering, medicine, agriculture, economics, public administration and management, development studies, for a multidisciplinary approach to support economic growth and development. This was a time of increased population growth. More secondary schools were built and produced large numbers that yearned for university education. As a result, governments established more public universities, institutes, and colleges in their respective societies, but with the majority of institutions located in cities and urban centers. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is the context that produced Makerere University. Although in broader terms, globalization has created new in general, Makerere University has stood a test of time. World over, universities agree that the core function center around 4 areas: teaching, research, publishing, and outreach. This is possible when universities recruit, train, and retain quality academic staff. Makerere University has been able to recruit, train, and retain quality staff, although with challenges. This is observed in terms of ability of staff in designing relevant programs and courses, teaching, examination, and supervision of students' research. There is evidence of published books and articles in recognized academic journals, monographs, working papers, and policy papers. This is important for dissemination to the wider society for utilization. Right, Honorable Speaker, The other important core function of and its academic staff contribution in a community outreach. Modern universities are supposed to be leaders in the social and economic development of their communities and nations. And this raises the question of the relevance of their programs and research. The academic staff at Makerere have been able to design programs and projects that focus on the community needs and aspirations, the market, and the general society. Right Honorable Speaker, Makerere is known for academic productivity and initiating processes towards the development of a strong university in Africa. We all know that the African university has been undergoing rapid changes, some being negative. However, we see Makerere University making strides to study the challenges and prepare appropriate responses in time for both the present and the future. We also see admission of quality students and academic staff and providing an enabling environment for academic productivity. Right Honorable Speaker, we should celebrate the leadership of Makerere University over the decades. One scholar has observed, and correctly so, that the intellectual depth, elegance, vision, and most of all, courage of a president, and in our case, the vice chancellor, are direct reflections of the heart, soul, and quality of the university. He further observes that the quality of any university's leadership reflects that of the university. If one excels, so would the other. If one falters, so will the other. A vice chancellor, for instance, or any other senior administrator in higher institutions of learning must be aware and cognizant of the optimization principle articulated in the field of economics. Such an administrator needs to be aware of the dichotomy that often arises between the interests of the proprietors, such as its survival, growth, and development on one hand, and the interests, needs, and demands of staff and students on the other. He or she needs to be constantly aware of the possible implications and consequences of his or her decisions and actions, as some of these will be positive and others negative. Makerere University leaders over the years have been good optimizers. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that at the center of the institutional planning for the future, the leadership is shaping Makerere to be a research-led university by 2030. This is possible with the focus on reinforcement of an enabling environment that fosters innovative teaching and learning that responds to the changing national needs and environment. I'm also aware that Makerere University has a vision with a package that entails establishing a fully-fledged science and technology center, increasing the number of research publications, research output translated into commercial products, enhancing partnerships with industry, community, and national institutions, engender an engaged, motivated, and highly productive workforce. We should, however, be cognizant of the challenges that face universities in the 21st century and the strategic interventions necessary to build a strong and a well-functioning university in Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the outstanding challenges is the factor of funding higher education. There is a debate on whether the state or government.
Honorable, can you speak, sir?
Let me repeat this. One of the outstanding challenges is the fact of funding higher education. There is a debate on whether the state or government should meet the bulk of financing higher education in Africa. There is also the view of encouraging private-public partnerships in financing higher education. While supporting private-public partnerships, PPP, Professor Mamdan warns us of the danger or the tendency to change the academic curriculum in response to market demands, and critically and across board, thus failing to distinguish between privatization and commercialization. He argues, and correctly so, that commercialization of higher education undermines the efforts of building a research university, the only entity that can provide the institutional framework of sustaining intellectual thought. The issue of funding, and particularly the welfare of staff at various universities in Africa, has been at the center of a series of strikes since the 1990s. Inadequate remuneration in form of salaries has resulted into several unfortunate consequences, particularly low morale and self-esteem, resignation to join better paying institutions after being sponsored for advanced degrees, low productivity and poor outputs, especially in research and innovations, limited time allocation to research and publication, resulting into stagnation of staff in posts, and inability to pay household utility, food, school fees, and healthcare bills regularly. Right Honorable Speaker, as we celebrate the achievements of Makerere University in academic growth, infrastructure developments, organization of public lecture series named after significant members of society who made considerable contributions to the university, let me point out two strategic interventions that Makerere University needs to ponder over. Over the years, I have observed that at Makerere University, the issue of high enrollment of students with few higher academic staff in some departments. As a result, most academic staff are engaged in teaching undergraduates with little time to engage in research and professional development. There is evidence that universities in Africa contribute less than 1% in international referred journals. The contribution of African universities toward scientific publication is only 1.4%, with more half of these coming from Egypt and South Africa. Yet, for a university to be relevant, its academic intellectuals must engage in quality teaching and researches that reflect the scientific and technological needs of that society.
Honorable, conclude.
It is prudent for universities to insist on optimum level of student intake under current circumstances and address workload problems and raise some energy to both basic and applied research. Universities, as I conclude, should provide support for mentoring programs, institute starter grants, and innovation grants for junior scholars, etc. Lastly, the second strategic intervention which I propose Makerere to consider is a triangular partnership. This is the role of the governments, the private sector, and international partners. In a globalized world, the private sector and international development partners, like African Development Bank, IDRC, and CEDAW, are increasingly becoming important in financing and supporting higher education programs. Although African governments are argued to increase financial support to universities, it is those institutions with private sourced component that are likely to achieve the dream of a strong and well-functioning university and be among the top ones in the continent. In conclusion, in this regard, international and private sector efforts, capacity, ICT skills, training and research capacities in leadership and governance in African countries should be mobilized. Networking among African universities, including mobilization of African scholars in the diaspora, support the rebuilding of the African university is urgent. Such a support would be, but not limited to, areas of program and course designing, quality assurance, and quality enhancement, publications, sandwich doctoral training, website designing and development, library acquisitions, information sharing on scholarships, and research. Right Honorable Speaker, with these few intellectual doses, I beg the House to support this motion wholeheartedly. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, let's appreciate Professor for the intellectual dose. Yes, Honorable Florence Akiki. Now, because Honorable Mshemeza has really broadly spoken, I'll allow the seconders only 3 minutes each. Dr. Florence Akiki.
One does. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the motion for the resolution of Parliament to commemorate 100 years of existence of Makerere University. The role of Parliament in the Makerere journey. Through the transition of Makerere University, Parliament has been part and parcel of its journey, especially in the formulation of policies and laws. For example, Parliament has passed the University and Other Tertiary Institution Act 2001, the Higher Education Students Financing Act 2014, the National Curriculum Development Center Act 1973, and then we also have laws that govern gender relations, the gender in education policy, the education sector, HIV and AIDS workplace policy. And in all these, we have been part and parcel of Makerere University as Parliament. Achievements. Right Honorable Speaker, Makerere has moved strides. Makerere has registered the following achievements, especially in human resource development. The university boasts of prominent alumni that includes former heads of government, former and existing, where the Deputy Speaker is one of them. Heads of international agencies.
And the Speaker.
And the Speaker.
Yes.
Cabinet ministers in the various governments, justices of national, regional, and international courts of judicial, including those at The Hague. Over 90% of Uganda's current members of parliament have gone through the gates of Makerere University.
Honorable, conclude, switch on and conclude.
Cooperative executives, high caliber professionals and expertise in health, science and technology, the legal fraternity, prominent writers and poets, vice chancellors and professors in universities across the world, as well as key leaders with several portfolios in the public and private sector. Right Honorable Speaker, Makerere is recognized for the various teaching programs. I will not go into details about that. Makerere has also made tremendous contribution to the body of knowledge through research, and whose research findings have led to various innovations. Areas of research include in areas of infectious diseases, maternal health, crop improvement, climate change, energy conservation, transport technology, and others. The university has also been able to attract highly trained teaching personnel, with 90% of the academic staff having PhDs.
Conclude, Honorable colleague, conclude. We need time for members.
Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, with the above tremendous achievements of Makerere University, I second the motion for a resolution of Parliament to commemorate 100 years of existence of Makerere University.
Thank you.
Parliament enjoins Makerere University in the celebrations to mark a century of excellent service. Under the theme, leverage the 100 years of excellence in building a transformed society.
Thank you.
I therefore ask Parliament to support the motion. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Sarirwa, former Guild President. Dr. Florence Akiki, you should have told us your role at Makerere and let it go on record.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Sime Florence Akiki, Woman MP Masin District. I was a student at Makerere University from 1982 to 1985. After that, I was taken on as a teaching assistant in the Department of Sociology, Makerere University. And I've been a lecturer there since 1993 to 2015 when I applied for early retirement. Then I acquired my PhD at the University of Cape Town, PhD in sociology.
Thank you. You can see some important colleagues. Honorable Sarirwa.
Honorable Speaker, I also stand to second the motion to commemorate 100 years of Makerere University. Honorable Speaker, unlike Dr. Florence, I joined Makerere in 1998 and I left in 2002. I went back for my master's in law. I was a student of Lumumba. On 17th of April 2000, I was elected guild president. My two wives are also alumni of Makerere. So for us, right, Honorable Speaker, the family is Makerere.
So, Honorable Sarirwa, colleagues, I think that's an equivalent to a PhD.
Yeah, because right, Honorable Speaker, I was after the doctors have spoken, I was wondering what I could say to match them. So I remember we are three from Makerere, I and my two wives. But right, Honorable Speaker, Makerere, as we commemorate 100 years of Makerere, Professor Nawangwe, Professor Kakumba, Professor Togboa, Honorable Dan Chidega, what do they expect from us as a parliament? The institution as it stands, right, Honorable Speaker, needs support because Makerere is bleeding. When you go to Makerere now, the way I go to make every year, right, Honorable Speaker, I visit Makerere every year. Look at my former hall, the Great Lumumba Empire. It's now a shell. So as we commemorate Makerere, right, Honorable Speaker, the 100 years, this parliament should consider, especially when it comes to our discussion of the budget, to commit resources to help that institution. Right, Honorable Speaker, the structure of education in this country is such that when things go wrong in Makerere, higher education is affected. All the lecturers, doctors, professors in other universities were all educated by Makerere. So we must understand that Makerere sets the standards and others follow. So if things go wrong in Makerere, we are in trouble. So I want to propose, right, Honorable Speaker, that as I second this motion, as a takeaway from that group over there, we should consider having and committing enough resources to help that institution. As I conclude, right, Honorable Speaker, Makerere also needs freedom, and freedom in its total sense. Right?
Honorable Speaker, I recall during our time, I used to invite MPs here to come and speak to students. The late Okule Park, the late Jacob Olanya, the late Agrawori, Cecily Ogwal, the Honorable Nobert Mao, and the others. I would invite them almost every week. We would have debates and discussions. Professor Elijah Mshemeza knows when I was guild president, I used to give him platform almost every week. He would do debate with Professor Afuna Adula, Professor Akiki Mujaju, the late Adonia Tiberondo, and the others. That is no longer happening in the university, right on speaker. So if we are building for the future, right on speaker, we should build an institution that promotes intellectual freedom and intellectual thought. The Students' Guild, right on speaker, those days when we were guild presidents, we would set national agenda. I remember almost every week I would make headlines. Now guild presidents cannot talk. They cannot. So we want to invite that the lecturers need freedom. Right on speaker, where is Muwasa? As we speak now, Professor Mshemeza knows they are Muwasa and the Muwasa now are completely different. Our guild and the guild now are completely different. So as we commemorate 100 years, Makerere needs freedom, intellectual freedom of both the lecturers and the staff. I beg to submit what was.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Wasarira. I think Honorable Wasarira had gone back to a state of nostalgia when he used to address in Makerere. That's a Wasarira, I know. But also, I was happy with the time of Wasarira. You know, we are not having people dying during guild campaigns. You know, we are not having people dying during guild campaigns. So the moment students start killing each other, then they also find that they are limiting themselves. If you're a manager of a university, you have to take action. These are things you must do. They might not be popular. They might not be popular, but you have to take decisions as a leader. So maybe one of Florence Akik, someone complained that you forgot to mention party presidents as former students of Makerere. So someone whispered to me and I said I will just put it on record. Have people satisfied. Okay? Yes. So I will pick Honorable. Wow. Attorney General needs to guide us. Attorney General, Honorable Musira John, I pick the guild president. Then I'll pick later. The Minister for Education, we shall need your comment later.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Today I'm not picking GRCs.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am a student. I am a proud student of Makerere University, 1993 to 1996, where I was privileged to study law as a first degree. Unlike my friend, I was a student of Nkrumah Hall, unlike my learned friend who was in Lumumba. I was privileged to serve later on as a member of the University Council of Makerere University, and I speak from great experience both as a student and as a leader in Makerere. Right Honorable Speaker, you have said it, there is always going to be a balance. It's very easy when you're on the student side to look at the leadership side and say you are wrong. But like you have said, we need to balance this. Makerere is transitioning into a research-led university, and we will need to support Makerere in every way possible to achieve that dream of finding homebred solutions to our problems. Makerere must start doing research to find solutions which are made for us and by us. In order to achieve this, it will be very important for us, Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament, to review the university and other tertiary institutions law. And when it comes here, I pray that you will support its growth. Makerere was the first university in Uganda, and like any firstborn, Makerere has made us proud. We are proud of you, and indeed, we continue to build for the future. I support the motion.
Thank you. Yes, I had already picked who to speak next. Yeah, Honorable Msira John, then Honorable Adeke, and then Professor Nsibambi. Honorable Minister, you're among the people who will conclude. And Honorable Yona.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for the privilege that I should speak as one of the alumni of Makerere University, of the 28th congregation of that university. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Rasta, and the influence is Makerere University. I want those who have come and who are in the gallery to know that Makerere as well has produced a Rastaman in this parliament. Ferociously so, in full support of this motion by my OB, Professor Mushemeza. We were there the same time. However, Makerere University, I know he spoke about the socio-economic transformation. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to add a voice that Makerere University has done political transformation of the region and the whole of Africa. We have produced presidents in Kenya, 2 of them, Jomo Kenyatta, Kibaki, all of them were alumni of Makerere University. Tanzania, Nyerere, Mwalimu, and of course many others that it is now a fashion that...
Thank you, Honorable Korik.
Thank you.
Honorable...
Thank you, Rasta, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Adeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There are no roses from my mouth. As Makerere celebrates 100 years, it's a moment of reflection for us in this house as a political elite, and also for Uganda as a country, especially in light of Article 29 and the freedom of expression. Makerere as a center of excellence thrives on academic free expression. And it is my view that this space has been closed. The gunmen came and took the country. They captured the spaces. The gunmen captured the spaces in Makerere University, that it is no longer an area of free expression. We have the criminalization learning in our country. And for me, that requires all of us here to self-reflect about our need to free.
Professor Nsibambi.
Right, Honorable Speaker,
No,
I was
Honorable,
in Makerere.
Honorable, I haven't allowed you time, please. Yes. I want to allow other colleagues to speak. Yes. Honorable Nsibambi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm speaking on a passionate note. As a former staff, I taught at Makerere for 27 years. I also am a student of Makerere University, and the move of this motion, Field Marshal Mushemeza was my boss of the North Court State, and I was the chief card. So, but right now, Speaker, I taught at Makerere for over 27 years without leave. I didn't get leave, which was illegal, irregular, and a stupid experience. Not just because I wanted. At the Faculty of Law, the faculty, and now the college.
Conclude, Honorable. Yes, colleagues, you want to speak? I'm going to give each one of you 1 minute.
On another sad note, I got a heart attack and surgery at the gate of Makerere because I taught 4 classes back to back. So I think it is really important to ensure that we fund staff, to retain good staff to teach. I had no option because I have to teach because I was passionate, and it's a very bad experience. I'm actually here because of what happened because I taught back to back. I don't want my colleagues to go what they're going through. This business of really harassing staff when they raise issues as if they are enemies of the state, I think we must be addressed by this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Msibambe raises the issue of funding, which Honorable Mshemeza talked about. If we gave the university management funds to recruit sufficient staff numbers, they would do it. So that's an issue we have to look into. And I remember, I think the staff structure still misses a lot. So this is not the design of management of who, but we give them funding and they will recruit staff. I think that's very important to note. Honorable Yona, then Honorable Hunda, then Honorable Yon.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a student of Makerere. I'm a student of Chambogo. But Mr. Speaker, I bring congratulatory message from Chambogo University, where I'm a university council member, because even my teachers, my lecturers were all from Makerere, the likes of Professor Bazrake and the rest. As we commemorate this day, I move the house that when we are all passing through Makerere, we look at the hostels, at the halls, we look at the lecture rooms, they are dilapidated, and I think we should move this house. Next time, we should come here and pass a budget.
Thank you. Honorable Hunda, then Honorable Yon, then Honorable Namyangu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am a product of Makerere University from Livingston Hall, the gentleman. And I used also to run for the university in athletics marathon. That is 1993 to 1996. Makerere, during our time, it produced firebrands. And I'm one of those who benefited from Makerere Institute of Social Research. I gained research skills. I went back at Fort Portal and started the Kabarole Research and Resource Center, which has contributed greatly to the think tanks of this country. I would really go to the library, make research, engage with lecturers, intellectually engage with other universities. That system has really gone down. Makerere.
Thank you. Honorable Yon.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a product of Makerere University. You're much aware of that. And above all, throughout, I was a leader, GRC, and concluded as Minister of Production.
But you said we don't want GRCs today. You was the chief editor.
When I was minister, you were doing your masters, we were together. You remember that very well. Right Honorable Speaker, last month, I decided to go with my children, two of my daughters, where one is year 4 and the other one is year 3 international school. But I decided to take them to university to have lunch. I got lost. No guild canteen. The university, Chivalia, I was with you in your...
Please, Honorable. Hey. Honorable Namyangu. Honorable Namyangu.
You are
Honorable Yon, please. Honorable Namyangu. Honorable Namyangu. Honorable, please. Now, colleagues, order, colleagues, order. Now, you remember yesterday, colleagues, everyone is watching, the country is watching. Yesterday, we had a long debate on mental health. and you know the issues. Someone said all of us are potential, but it depends on the time. Now, we are provoking each other. Why are you provoking Honorable Ariona? But all I know, Honorable Ariona and the Honorable Chibadia are the best of friends. They are the best of friends. Honorable Namiyangu.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I want to salute the men and the women, especially the lecturers of Makerere University. I was a student there for 6 years, 4 doing BS forestry and 2 doing masters in forestry. Mao was then my guild president when I was a fresher. I agree that we need to support Makerere University to rehabilitate the halls of residence. I am told Lumumba apparently is closed. For the next 2 years, they are going to rehabilitate it, and I'm happy for that. I was ready, but I know that halls like Mary Stuart really need rehabilitation. The students that come out to have hands.
Yes, yes. Rutamaguzi. And then I'll pick Mujungu, Gomba, and Achibu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for my 1 minute. Right Honorable Speaker, since one of our own is the one chairing the commemoration of the 100 years of Makerere University, the Right Honorable Speaker Taebwa, I would suggest that we rename one of the halls Taebwa.
Honorable, please go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, everyone is here singing about Makerere University. Everyone, most of us here have gone through Makerere University. But the question arises, Right Honorable Speaker, what have we done for Makerere University? I submit.
Thank you. Yes, I had already picked. Yeah, Honorable Mujungu.
Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, I'm Tembo Gideon Mujungu. I represent the people of Songora South. Mr. Speaker, I've been called the fresh kid. I'm not an alumnus of Makerere University, but I'm a friend of Makerere University. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is appropriate and important that Parliament draws a resolution to commemorate 100 years of Makerere University. Because Makerere University as a center of higher learning has been a center of inspiration for many young people in Uganda and beyond. As a young person, I aspired to speak good English.
Bomba.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a proud alumni of Makerere University and a strong consumer of Chikumi Chikumi, those that have been there. Right Honorable Speaker, the world is going into an economic revolution. Right Honorable Speaker, the 4th Industrial Revolution should not leave my Makerere behind. I therefore implore Makerere teachers, I would say lecturers, and the administrators to engage in the divide and strategically position in the world 4th Industrial Revolution, so Makerere is not left behind as an alumni. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chibu Agnes. Oh, sorry, our champion. That's sorry. Yes, Akero. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Christina Kello, a member of Parliament representing the people from Erute North constituency, and I'm also a product of Makerere University. However, I rise up to support the motion moved by a member, but the lecturer should take note of missing marks. When I was a student, I also experienced the missing marks. Up to now, some of the students have left the university, they have gone back home without completing. So as we celebrate, they should take note of the missing mark. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Koriga has raised an important issue. And also some of you honorable members, you have never gone back to Makerere. Cleared with the university, they still demand you money. And yet you're using documents of the university to become members of parliament, to become CEOs, to become, you have not cleared. So I think if you continue like this, I'm going to ask for your transcripts and certificates so that you can be forced to go back. But on a serious note, very many people have not gone back to pick the academic documents. Please, you need to do that. The Vice Chancellor has been emphasizing it. Honorable Matia, our elder.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I am not alumni of Makerere from higher degrees, but a close associate of Makerere. I am a nurse by profession. When the nurses didn't have a degree in this country, I sat down and prepared a proposal to introduce nursing degree in Uganda here. At first, it was to go because of politics. We had the Cubans there, the Americans who were assisting me could not go there. Therefore, I went to Makerere if they could take over this course. And I'm very, very grateful to Makerere. They were able to take the course, but asked me.
Honorable, conclude, Honorable, switch on and conclude. Switch on and conclude.
So today, I'm very, very happy that nurses are now getting degrees here, even PhD in Uganda. Makerere should be helped to progress further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chiba, your former guild president.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Makerere University from Mitchell Hall. Right Honorable, my issue is one, during our time, we left when we had the whole plan for the Makerere Students Guild Mall. Everything was in place, but up to now, that mall is not yet in place. Right Honorable, that is my interest, and I wish, since the whole university is here.
Thank you.
Right Honorable, that was.
Thank you. Our colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have constituents of Fumbira South, Kisoro District. They are represented by Honorable Niyonsaba Alex, and they are 13 number, and they are tourist guides from Gahinga Forest Reserve. Yesterday, we are celebrating International Tourism Day, and Honorable, they are represented by both Honorable Alex Niyonsaba and Honorable Sarah Mateke. So please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and the oldie boy of Makerere University. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm a very proud product of Makerere University. And I would like to thank all the colleagues who have made a contribution to this motion. Thank you for appreciating Makerere University. Thank you for loving Makerere University. As a country, we have very many good reasons to celebrate Makerere University. Very many reasons have been presented here. I would like to add only three. One, Makerere University has produced 7 presidents for our region. I think that's something.
Honorable Switchon.
7 presidents for our region and 1 prime minister for the Caribbean region. A university that started in 1922 with only 14 students, 14, now is talking in terms of over 40,000 students. I think we need to celebrate that also. Something I've not heard and nobody has mentioned and is really great. Fully built by Africa. Fully built by Africans. We need to celebrate that. 3, Makerere University, 100 years, is repositioning itself to become a research, innovation-led university. And my colleagues, we need to support Makerere University in this endeavor. For the next 100 years, of course, they need the resources. Government has planned to put in a lot of government resources to support Makerere University so that for the next 100 years, it becomes a research-led university, innovation-led university. And of course, members of parliament, you have a stake in this, and I hope you'll do the most needful. We are using these celebrations also to solicit support from, of course, government, parliament, and the other stakeholders to support Makerere University in this effort to the dilapidated infrastructure, which you know that has been in existence. Some of these structures have been in existence for over 100 years. And we need all your support, members of parliament. When we come up with our budget, please support us for the sake of making Makerere what we want Makerere to be. We are also using these celebrations to solicit support that we know Makerere University come up with its own Makerere University Hospital. You are aware Makerere University has been training medical doctors from Mulago. Makerere, you know what it is. We should support this, and very soon I'll be coming here to present a request. I hope you do support me. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, I thank you very much for supporting the motion, and I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now, Honorable Minister, whereas we've debated and you've listened to the issues, we have the issue of amending the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act so that it could conform to the requirements of today. Now, this, from what I've read, was started in 2007. In 2007, up to now, I've had private members bringing proposals for that amendment. Please work on it with the Attorney General. You bring the amendments so that we can update and modernize our higher education. That's very, very, very important. And I hope this financial, because I think it was part of the legislative agenda for this financial year. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that's a bill we need. You wanted to update us on that, Honorable? Because I've just requested, so you go back and ensure you work on this. And Committee on Education, please, for us. Sure, this is
most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Number 2, colleagues, of course, issues of funding and support our universities. is very, very important. The issue of research, if we want our universities to be relevant, to not only produce products that will go on the market to look for jobs and all that, we shall need also to give them money for research so that they can design solutions for our problems. If we leave the research agenda for the foreigners, last time we gave Makerere 30 billion, we've given 30 billion to Makerere. We've given other public universities 3 billion each. We need to increase the research funding. I'm happy we've started, but we need to increase the research funding for public universities. But also private universities are playing a critical role. I don't know why we cannot also support private universities, because in other parts of the world, they also support private universities that are playing a very, very critical role. Issues of infrastructure, I'm happy government has taken an initiative. I understand now they've committed the issue of halls, but we still have issues of funding. For example, how much do we give each student for feeding per day? You know, per day. The money we give, it cannot even buy what they call on the street a commando. Now, you don't expect Professor Nawango and the team, Madam Rona Magara and team to sell their cows to go and finance students. These are our children. But also the issue I talked about, which I assigned to the committee, which we have to start looking at, the issue of government sponsorship, whereby most of our children are the ones who benefit because they go to the best schools in this country, and yet we can afford. These are issues we need to dialogue on. Otherwise, Makerere, congratulations. We are going to support you, continue contributing, not only to the development of Uganda, but the world and Africa. And with that, colleagues, now I put the question that the motion for resolution of Parliament commemorate 100 years of the existence of Makerere University be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Madam Chair Council, and honorable colleagues. I direct the clerk to extract a copy of the resolution and a copy of the Hansard and forward it to the university for further management and sharing with the public. Next item.
Item number 4 on the order paper, bills, first reading.
Honorable Algon Cyrus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the bill entitled the National Legal Aid Bill 2022 be read for the first time.
Thank you, Honorable. In line with Rule 118 of our Rules of Procedure, I refer the bill to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs.
The National Legal Aid Bill 2022.
Sorry. Yes, sorry. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the certificate of financial implication together with a draft copy of the bill.
Thank you.
I beg to lay.
Thank you. Yes, the bill referred to the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Chair, please ensure you process it in time. Next item.
Item number 6 on the order paper.
Yes.
Motion for reconsideration of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021 as returned by His Excellency the President.
So, colleagues, I want us to first do these bills quickly, and then we go back to item number 5. Honorable Minister. Yes, if the minister is not around, someone can help him. I understand around. Prime Minister, Minister, so. Is Honorable Minister of Agriculture around? Because I had seen him around. Yeah. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that a bill entitled the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021, returned by His Excellency the President, be reconsidered.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? Yes. Honorable Tebandeke, Idi, Honorable Namiyango, Honorable Keyo, Honorable Olanya. Yes. Honorable Minister, this bill, of course, being a bill which was already returned by the President, it's not something for which we would need more justification for you to say, come and talk about the bill. Because when you're talking about such a bill in the presentation, we usually focus on the principles and objectives of the bill, which were already covered. But also, the Right Honorable Speaker last time presented the President's letter, clearly justifying why the bill had been returned. So we don't need fresh justification for why this bill has been returned, because it's the President's right under Article 91. And colleagues, when we are looking at this bill, we shall be guided by Rule 143 of our Rules of Procedure. Please, I want you to take that seriously so that we can have the well-structured kind of handling of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021. I beg to lay.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also beg to lay the minutes of the meetings of the Committee on Agriculture on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to present the report of the Committee on Agriculture on the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill. Speaker, Parliament of Uganda passed the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021 on the 3rd May 2022 with amendments and submitted it for assent to His Excellency the President. However, the President did not assent to the bill, and in a letter dated 18th August 2022, he returned it to Parliament for reconsideration in accordance with Article 91(3)(b). The letter is attached and marked as B. Right Honorable Speaker, the President's letter was laid on table on the 7th September 2022, and subsequently, the Right Honorable Speaker referred it to the Committee on Agriculture for consideration and thereafter report back to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues that were raised by His Excellency the President were concerning Clause 4 on definition of licensing officer. The licensing officer is being defined in the bill as the Chief Fisheries Officer or district fisheries officer. The president argued that this would cause confusion and could be a recipe for malpractices. The licensing officer, he said, should be the chief fisheries officer. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, was close.
Sorry, Honorable colleague, Chief Whip, your members are at it again. No? I don't know how we shall continue doing business in this house. When members come, just go into the corridors and start shouting for members who are here. No? And it's going on. You know, members the other day are the ones who even raised it. You know, too much. So, Honorable Chair, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On clause 13.2 and B, on the surveillance unit, the bill domiciles the surveillance unit organization, command, control, and training under the Uganda Police Force. The surveillance unit organization, command, control, and training need to be domiciled under the UPDF and the Uganda Police Force. The rationale is that given the need for continuous surveillance and sophisticated ways employed by people involved in illegal fishing, the support of both the UPDF and the UPF are required. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee held an in-house a meeting to discuss the matters raised by the President in his letter, and also met the State Minister for Fisheries with the staff from the Directorate of Fisheries to consider the President's position. During the meetings, the committee considered the President's letter and deliberated on it in accordance with Rule 143.4, which states that the debate on the motion under this rule shall be confined to consideration of matters referred to it in the message of the President or to any suggestion relevant to the subject matter of the amendment recommended by the President. Committee observation and recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker, on clause 4 on definition of officer, licensing officer, the President recommended that the definition of the licensing officer be reviewed to refer to only the chief fisheries officer. Was captured in the assent copy referred to the licensing officer to mean the chief fisheries officer or a district fisheries officer. The committee agrees with the President's guidance. However, the guidance will have effect on the following provisions, which will require amendment to align them to the proposal. One is the definition of licensing officer will be deleted, since the chief fisheries officer in whom the licensing mandate is fully vested is defined under clause 4 and clause 7D, which stipulates the mandate of the Directorate in relation to the issuance of licenses and permits. Thereafter, Right Honorable Speaker, the phrase licensing officer should be replaced with the clauses that are going to be affected are clause 33.2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Then clause 48.1 and 2. Then clause 53, clause 54, 55, and clause 63, 62, 3, 4, and 6. And then clause 63 and clause 64. On clause 24.1c, it will have to be deleted to ensure consistency. See, the phrase district fisheries officer under clauses 39.1 and 84.1 should be replaced with the phrase chief fisheries officer. Clause 84.3 should be deleted, since it will be covered under clause 56.1. On clause 62.1, It should be amended by inserting immediately after the word issued the words by the Chief Fisheries Officer. Then on clause 6.2.2, it should be deleted since it is taken care of by the amendment under clause 6.2.1. On clause 13, Right Honorable Speaker, on establishment of fisheries monitoring, control, and surveillance, the President expressed concern that given the need for continuous surveillance and the sophisticated ways employed by people involved in illegal fishing, the support of both the UPDF and the UPF is required. The committee, however, takes cognizance of the President's concern and recognizes the fact that one of the functions of the UPDF is to preserve and defend the sovereignty and interior integrity of Uganda, including engaging in productive activities for the development of Uganda. The committee also notes that the President, as Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and Fountain of Honor, has the prerogative to deploy forces whenever need arises, as mandated by the Constitution. The committee appreciates the role played by the UPDF in other sectors, like in the country, like in health, disaster, and roads. Furthermore, the committee notes that the Uganda Police Act, Cap 303, mandates the police force to protect the life, property, and other rights of individuals, to maintain security within Uganda, to enforce the laws of Uganda, to ensure public safety and order, and to prevent and detect crime in the society. The committee is therefore of the opinion that the earlier position, as passed by Parliament, be maintained, and in the event of any sophisticated ways employed by people involved in illegal fishing, as cited by the President, the UPDF may be deployed in accordance with the provisions of the UPDF Act and the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest are proposed amendments to the returned bills. Don't know whether I should read it also or
no, those are consequential amendments.
Yes.
They are consequential amendments. We shall first handle the two clauses which the President brought, and then we can go to consequential amendments as a result of the other amendments that would have been done. So, colleagues, this is a short one. And you know, as I guided earlier, the debate on any bill report is always on the principles and objectives. So I open debate for 10 minutes and we move. Yes, I'll allow Honorable Cyrus, allow Honorable Teira, I want Kyoga, Honorable Nandana. And okay. And then
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Indeed, we will observe the rules. We will only dwell on matters to deal with what the President is not in a good agreement with us. I want to applaud the committee on the position that you have taken. On the first position, to deal with licensing, I'm in agreement with the President's position. And I think the committee does agree. That is a good one. We should take that direction. The second one is on the issue of UPDF. Indeed, we are all aware about what has happened in this country before. In town, it's only very important that UPDF is led by the Uganda police, if that is the case. That is only the way. And I think, really, the Constitution is very clear. And therefore, the position of the committee is the position we should be able to adopt let us not even waste the time. Let us agree the committee has done a good job. We adopt this position and we move on. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Honorable Taylor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am John Taylor, representing the people of Gabala North constituency, which is on the bank of River Nile. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the atrocities that the people in the fishing community have suffered at the expense of our brothers and sisters in the army uniform, an inclusion of UPDF in the act will be legitimizing the very, very, very unfortunate acts that have happened to those people. I stand here to support the position of the committee that we adopt Uganda Police Force to take the lead in the surveillance of the waters. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Keo, Honorable then Kyoga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent the fishermen and I am a real fisherman. And therefore, this bill and this law is the core of my being here. And I want to thank leave the UPDF out of surveillance, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have forces like us too. We have forces like environmental protection under the police. What is unique with the fishermen? Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a fisherman, and I don't think I'm very hostile to the extent that our people should be under the UPDF. Fishermen are very, very amiable people, very friendly, and very law-abiding. I don't see actually why, and I don't.
Thank you. Kyoga.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. My constituency is Kyoga constituency, a peninsula district in Amolata. I purely represent the fishing community. I appreciate the committee so much for having put what they have done to the bill. There is no better justice that could be done to this bill other than what they have done. Right Honorable Speaker, I am in a vegetable state because of the brutality of the UPDF. And there was no better empirical evidence that could be brought to the House other than bringing myself to express, to show the country the extent of the exigencies of the UPDF in the leg. In furthering the operation of the UPDF in the House, we would be condoning persons to deal with external aggression.
Jonam, then Kawasharira.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also support the position of my colleagues that we should leave our brothers and sisters, the UPDF, from that supervision. About why do we want to mistrust the police on this? I want to believe the police is also able to do what we think the UPDF should do. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, we have already some of the commanders of the police who are coming from the army. So if they think they want to sharpen the police, let those commanders do so within the police and allow the police to do their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Namuyangu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I had the opportunity to be on a committee that was sent out to investigate allegations against the UPDF. I covered Lake Choga, the districts of Kayunga, Buyende. I went to Serere, I went to Kaliro, Amolota, Nakasongora, and I also went to Bunyoro, the Lake Albert, though the activities had not started. But I want to tell you that the natives, the fishermen and women who are natives have no problem. But the people, the criminals who had moved from other areas, they had even made plots in the lake.
Honorable, conclude.
They had made plots in the lake that managed to put order in those areas. So for us to forget and say that the UPDF have not done a good job is a disservice when all the lakes had been destroyed. For me, I disagree. I support the idea that both forces can take care of our lakes. After all, they have taken care of our security.
Thank you. Honorable Nekasa wanted to say something? And then Honorable Nanda Randi Naomi. Sorry. No, there's no one on the floor. You can't raise order. Please, this is the member of parliament in our own right. Okay? Yeah.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable members, I stand here to give an insight, a perspective that we all need to know. We have a national economic enterprise called the waters of Lake Victoria, other water bodies, with a lot of fish and other lives in there. And this is a national enterprise that helps Uganda achieve some of its goals in the economy. The UPDF, a military instrument, can be used even in modern armies now all over the world. The military is an instrument. Economic enterprises to get the economy higher. So I don't understand. No. Let's look at it this way, Honorable Speaker, that we can get our objectives of transforming the country using the marine, the fish, and the lake waters. But the UPDF being an instrument, and that's rightly so. And in the last few years, we've achieved it, and you've seen it rightly so. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, colleagues, Honorable Nandara, then Honorable Naomi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask members to have time to go to Katosi, to have time to go to Chiindi, and they will discover what's happening there. I can tell you that when anybody who is near the lake is supposed to utilize the lake. Like for me in Bujisu, I would talk about coffee. These people cannot even eat mukene, which is meant for children. These people cannot even touch imputa, because if they arrest you with imputa, you are dead meat. Mr. Speaker, we must come here and utilize our resources for the benefit of people of Uganda. In fact, the plots which the Minister Namoyange is talking about are plots by the Chinese. Non-Ugandans are the ones who have taken over the Lake Victoria in management of fish. This one we must fight. In fact, this UPDF is protecting the... But Mr. Speaker, just 1 minute. They are protecting the Chinese, the foreigners, to the Indians to extract and the mafias. So UPDF is really not supposed to protect us on the borders with people attacking us, but not to come and make people of Uganda suffer. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of police is allowed. That's why we have Uganda police for NEMA. So I would say the committee did a good job, and they did it under the Constitution of Uganda. The moment you bring police now, you are going against the Constitution of Uganda.
Thank you, Honorable Naomi Kabasharia, then Honorable Chair of Defense Committee.
Mr. Speaker, President Yoweri Museveni, by the time he thought of bringing the army, he must have realized that maybe the police, because even the police is his, had failed. And I remember most of the factories that were exporting and processing fish had closed. By the time they brought the army in, They were to protect our export of fish. I know that fish is one of our economic income as a country. But if we just leave it, it's not actually killing the wananchi not to get fish. Maybe what they can do is to sit with this army and see that let even the wananchi.
Honorable, now, Honorable Nyaspongoro.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for the report. My concern, Right Honorable Speaker, is about substituting where they are saying that they can use the police force, but call upon other forces when the police force has failed. And my concern is, whom will you hold accountable when you call the UPDF to join the police that you have not regulated in the act, in the law? So therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, for me, if there is a bad apple within UPDF, it can be dealt with. Why should we generalize and debate, yes, and come up with a law that is bad because of one bad apple that has tainted the image of UPDF?
Thank you.
And therefore, Right.
Thank you. Lop. You see, colleagues, what you're doing, you're debating the amendments. We would rather go to committee stage and you debate from there. You're debating amendments.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, one of our duties as Parliament is to ensure that institutions of government do not collapse. And by this very amendment, we can collapse the Uganda Police Force as an institution of government. There's a reason why Article 208 of the Constitution is distinct from 211. And the roles are very, very clear. The roles of the EPDF and the EPDF Act are very, very unequivocal. And I would like to ask members of Parliament sometimes to have the courage to do the right thing. It's very, very important that sometimes, even when you feel so cowed by the overbearing principle, you should really do the right thing for the sake of posterity. Right Honorable Speaker, the fisheries sector is not just for export. To some communities, it's what they have known as life and livelihood. Before even think about exporting, that's what they have known for the entirety of their life. And therefore, we as Parliament, in what we do in policy and legislation, we owe them a duty of care. We are not going to wake up in a single day and enlist all communities into commercialization. So mercantilization of legislation without enabling communities to really migrate progressively is dangerous. And I can assure you, honorable members, that the police force needs support and protection. Already its territory has been encroached upon by the UPDF by way of deployment and recruitment. And we can inform the president indirectly that this institution matters by the way we elect to legislate today. I would like to invite members, Honorable Speaker, to think beyond what probably the president thinks. The president can be advised. Forget his name. He can be advised. And the advice can actually be just fine. So can we really close in and do the right thing and protect institutions and grow institutions?
Yes. Honorable colleagues. Now, honorable colleagues, because you see, when we are here, we don't want laws, to make laws that are going to create winners and losers, institutions which we believe in and institutions we don't believe in. I get it. So who brought this clause and what was the purpose? Because the other day we passed the market bill. We have riots in the market. Did we create a force to go and declare riots in the markets? Some of these clauses, I don't know why they come. You know, I don't know why they come. Some of them are redundant and they come to cause us problems. I'm really concerned. You have your executive powers, you bring us clauses which are going to cause us trouble. You know, now it means every bill we pass, we shall create a force for it. Which kind of precedent are we setting? Okay? Yeah? So to me, some of these bills, some of these clauses, because my fear, really, if you pass here a clause and you say, we indict the UPDF, they are brutal. We indict the police, they are weak. Eh? Because the argument from one side is saying the police were weak, they couldn't handle. Then the argument from another side is saying the UPDF is brutal. You're inviting us to enter into your work. This is not our work. Some of the clauses not needed in laws. You already have your powers. So don't make us really parliament, we look bad. Whoever will be reading a law, say every bill, we need a force to operationalize it. Every bill, a force to operationalize it. That would be wrong, colleagues. I'm not supposed to be part of the debate. I'm only guiding on this. Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to thank the committee for Right, Honorable Speaker, for taking time to consider the bill as returned. I have listened to the arguments. I have listened to your very important counsel. I am really struggling to get your attention, Right Honorable.
Sorry.
Yes, I have listened to your guidance. It's very, very logical and it's instructive. The argument is the executive has powers to deploy, be it the police, be it the UPDF, be it a hybrid force. Based on that, I would also that portrays one force against the other.
Yes, that's it.
So from your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, I would consider the deletion of the entire clause. We don't provide for the police, we don't provide for the UPDF, we allow the commander-in-chief to deploy as he deems fit.
Thank you. Colleagues, listen. Colleagues, first of all, listen. All forces in this country under the Constitution are regulated under laws made by you. Regulated by laws made by Parliament. No one makes laws. If there is anyone who is abusing any of those laws or there is a gap, we have power as Parliament to come and amend those laws. Parliament, it will be absurd for this Parliament to be the one to choose to say we have this force against the other force. It's a very wrong precedent. It's a very, very wrong precedent, colleagues. It's a very, very wrong precedent for us here to sit here when we are supposed to legislate for all, when we are supposed to allocate money at all, and we say we have this force against the other force. That would be wrong. That's but colleagues, let's take this debate to the next stage. Yes.
Bills.
Oh, sorry, Clerk, sorry. Thank you, colleagues. I now put the question that the motion for reconsideration of the Fisheries Bill 2022 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bills committee stage. The Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2021, Clause 4.
Honorable members, I will now put the question. Oh, the chair.
Honorable Chair, the proposal is that on clause 4, we delete the definition of licensing officer and thereafter substitute for the words licensing officer wherever the words appear, the words chief fisheries officer. The justification is to ensure that there is only one centralized office mandated to issue licenses relating to fisheries activities for proper coordination and regulation. I beg to move.
Yes, Honorable Ranga.
Mr. Chairman, I'm seeing a problem here. Now the committee is proposing that we substitute the definition to chief fishery officers. Right, Honorable Chairman, the non-position in the district, which is approved by the Minister of Public Service, is district fisheries officers. And now we are changing. I would like to find out if we are going to employ another officer called chief fisheries officer in addition to the district fisheries officer. Right, Honorable Speaker, my view is we need to maintain the position of the district fisheries officer. The moment we change, it means we need to employ another officer in addition to the district fisheries officer.
No, but Honorable Korik, when the chair was presenting, what I picked was that they want to have only one licensing officer so that we don't have scattered you know, people go. So if the district can, maybe, I don't know whether you allowed regulations, where the district now would be making recommendations and all that. Just wait a bit. Attorney General, let the Attorney General help us.
Right, Honorable Chairman, what we are trying to achieve here is to hold someone accountable. This person is accountable. If he will not probably be the one in Busia, Jinja, and wherever, but when it comes to the licensing function, the person who is accountable is an office. It's actually an office. The chief licensing officer, yes.
Honorable Cyrus? Okay,
Yeah,
Honorable
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on that point, I see that we are going to render the position of the district fishery officer in that district jobless, because we shall be having 2 people in that particular district.
Honorable Bwanika?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, the licensing officer is one. It is an office. He can delegate to the district fisheries officer. That's how it is done. You cannot fragment licensing to everyone.
That's fine, Honorable Ranyo. Yeah. Let the minister add on. Honorable Cyrus, okay?
Right, Honorable.
Honorable Minister, let's allow a member.
Chair, when you look at the rest of the entities, there must be a center of responsibility. There is no way we can ask for accountability from everybody. Ultimately, government knows how to institute mechanisms for operation and coordination. Therefore, I would love to stand with the position of the president. I think it's very clear.
Honorable colleagues, I now propose. Yes, Honorable Minister.
The Speaker chooses who speaks, Right Honorable. So, Right Honorable, Mr. Chairperson, the Honorable Shadow Minister put it right. The Ministry of Agriculture has officers in the district who carry on delegated functions. A DVO, a fisheries officer, an agriculture officer, the same is at the sub-county. They implement policy comes from the center. So it's important that you have one commissioner or director at the center who is responsible for policy implementation, and the other officers at the district help to execute given position. So if you create multiple centers of decision making, then nobody's accountable. I hope that's clear. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Wasariva. Colleagues, remember we have another bill which.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Maybe for the comfort of our colleague, the minister would clarify what the licensing officer will be doing that is different from the district fisheries officer. Because the concern is that maybe perhaps is coming to take away roles. So if that is clarified, I think there will be comfort to some with the concerns in that respect.
Okay.
The role is the same as it is set out in clause 24. The same. Just that the person who holds this role is the chief fisheries officer. Everyone else who carries out that function carries out a delegated function. That's the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, colleagues, I now put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
Colleagues, I want to repeat my question because I read clause 24, not clause 4. And I'm sorry about that. I want us to be systematic. But I want to repeat this. Colleagues, I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Colleagues, I now propose the question that clause 4 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Now, there are colleagues who might be following who might be having the bill. and they are saying, but it's not amended. And so the bill we are handling is the one we passed here and was taken to the president. It's the one we are amending. Okay? Oh, you're having the old copy. That's an old bill. Now we are handling the one which the president. So that's why we are amending instead of saying it should stand part of the bill. Okay? Yes.
Clause 13.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, the view of the committee is that clause 13, 2 and 3 be maintained as passed by Parliament as follows. 1. There is established a fisheries monitoring, control and surveillance unit within the Directorate. 2. The surveillance unit shall comprise persons with qualifications in fisheries sciences appointed by the Public Service Commission and trained by the Uganda Police Force. The Minister may, in consultation with the Minister responsible for internal affairs, by statutory instrument, make regulations for 1. The organization and deployment of the surveillance unit. B. The functions and duties of officers of the surveillance unit. C. The terms and conditions of service, grades, ranks, and D. The description and issue of arms, ammunition, accoutrements, uniforms, authority cards, and other necessary supplies to officers of the surveillance unit. And E. Matters relating generally to the good order and administration of the surveillance unit. 4. That whereas the terms and conditions of service of an officer of the surveillance unit authorize him or her to possess firearms in the course of his or her duties, the officer shall, in addition to any other terms and conditions that may be imposed under this section, wear a uniform and be governed by regulations made under this section regarding powers of search and arrest, training, discipline, and use of firearms. The reasons that were given earlier on when this clause was passed still stands. I beg to move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This is the clause which we've been debating, colleagues, that was causing a lot of emotion. No. I go picking you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I would like to borrow the wisdom of the minister. The Honorable Chair, we are in a state where we know that the president, who is also the commander-in-chief, has powers to direct and order all armed forces in the country. In order for us to make a law that does not create clusters of doubt, I want to go with the proposal that the Honorable Minister had mentioned here, that we simply delete the entire clause. Mr. Chairman, that is my view. I thank you.
Now, colleagues, I still repeat what I had said at the beginning. For this House to pit one force against the other, it's really, just you see it. You might be trusting police, the next day you're the ones who will be here talking about police. And you know, police, you see, 13.1, there is established a fisheries monitoring, control, and surveillance unit within the directorate. The surveillance unit shall comprise persons with qualifications of fishery sciences appointed by the Public Service Commission and trained by the Uganda Police. Now, do you know where Uganda Police training is from? You know, the training. Yes. Honorable Vasari.
Yes, Chair, I want to thank you. I think that statement, in my view, trained by, could be omitted. But to say that we remove the entire clause is dangerous. The fisheries sector should have a monitoring and surveillance unit. Chair, if because the issue of the training and the rest, in my view, is administrative. That can be handled administratively. And also the clause that empowers the Minister for Internal Affairs and the Minister for Agriculture to make regulations is in itself sufficient. So we could actually remove the aspect of training by Uganda Police Force. We leave that administratively, but maintain the clause on surveillance and monitoring. In my view, it's very important.
But I'm even seeing the people in it, and you know, it's really on Europe. Then, no minister.
Honorable Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to encourage my brother, the minister, to speak last, to allow me and listen to members. We can do a good law. I'm just inviting you to.
Now, colleagues, you're having your own tete-a-tete. In my time.
He is a good sparring friend, so
I will invoice you.
Right Honorable Chair, I would like to again invite laws. First of all, the intentions of establishing a surveillance unit is not for defense, but for enforcing law and order, which is a preserve of the police. Secondly, the national president to the effect that we need to enforce surveillance and including following the sophisticated people on the lake is different from what the bill is saying. The bill is clearly talking about establishing a surveillance unit, which is actually under marine police. Surveillance on water is a preserve of the marine police. And we should not really be so timid to know that the law, that's what the law says. That's what CAP 303 says, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, and I would like to encourage the minister to take this in good spirit, that we are helping each other to make a good law. Surveillance per se, under the repealed law, because we said the law, they were weak, this was a question of facilitation. So if you facilitate the marine police, they will do the same job you want another group to do. But keep them, facilitate them, and enable them to do their work. If there are funds that are provided adequate, right, Honorable Speaker, there's no reason why we are running away from a very simple matter and avoid pitting these forces against each other when we are very clear about the intention. The intention in the bill is different.
Thank you.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable colleagues, I don't want us to take a lot of time here. Okay? Now, Honorable Vasari, I'd raised the now issues of training. Really, this house even goes into issues of training, as if we know where people are trained from. Huh? Do you know where I was trained from? To be yes.
Chair, on that aspect, when you look at the way the clause is phrased, you ask a question, what comes first? Because it says appointed by the Public Service Commission and trained by Uganda Police Force. So you ask, do I first get to be trained to be recruited? Okay? Or you are recruited first, then you get trained. Because the phraseology there is not very clear. So I would rather, Chair, with your permission, that I move an amendment to that clause to the effect that we retain this clause as follows. The surveillance, that's clause 13. 1, we establish a fisheries monitoring, control, and surveillance unit within the directorate. Clause 2, 13.2, that the surveillance unit shall comprise persons with the qualifications in fisheries sciences appointed by Public Service Commission. And we leave it there. And then 3, the issue of the skills now becomes part of the regulations made by the Minister for Fisheries in consultation with the Minister for Internal Affairs. And I get comfort in the phrase of Minister for Internal Affairs, because then I'll know we are dealing with the police. That's where I get the comfort. If it was a minister responsible for defense, there would be a problem. But it is talking about Minister for Internal Affairs, which is really the ministry that supervises police. So I think the comfort is that you collapse the idea of Uganda Police Force to take away this feeling that we are pitting one force against the other, and leave the details to the issue of the regulations to be made by the 2 ministries. I beg to move.
Attorney General, would you guide on that?
Yes, thank you very
Colleagues, I have the organ transplant bill. We must do it, and we must go for our function also.
Thank you
So I
very
want
much,
to conclude.
Mr. Chairman. I think what the honorable member has stated is what has been going through my mind. I just want to make a further amendment to say in clause 13.2, the surveillance unit shall comprise persons appointed by the Public Service Commission. Because it could be different. I keep telling people, when you over restrict fisheries sciences, what about if you have to recruit a boat rider, a boat driver, not a fisheries scientist, so you can create a problem instead.
Thank you, colleagues. I now put the question that the clause be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no.
No.
I now propose
clause 13 as amended.
I now propose the question that clause 13 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
You know what?
Clause 24.
Now, colleagues, as a result of this amendment, we should be having consequential clauses, consequential amendments. So, Chair, you see, this is different from what the committee had proposed. So, do you have any consequential amendments?
But you know, you left very important.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair.
You never know. You never know.
It is suggested that it is amended in subclause 1 by deleting paragraph C. This is a substantial amendment arising from vesting the licensing mandate to only the Directorate of Fisheries Resources, headed by the Chief Fisheries Officer. I beg to move.
To the truth, you will hear.
Honorable colleagues, you see, we are now on consequential amendments as a result of amending clause 4.
I got left out.
Okay? No, not clause 13. Clause 4. On clause 13, we don't have any consequential.
You know I want.
From
You know
clause
I
13,
want.
we shall have, from clause 4, we have some consequential amendments. And with consequential amendments, you don't have any debate. I only need your response. Because consequentially, they are already amended.
Yes.
So I put the question that put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the committee. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 24 as amended.
I now propose the question that clause 24 as amended do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 62.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair.
Not a level cannot be discussed.
The proposal is that clause 62 is amended in clause 1 by inserting immediately after the word issued the words by the Chief Fisheries Officer and by deleting subclause 2. It is a consequential amendment arising from centralizing the licensing mandate. I beg to move.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that
Yeah,
clause
okay.
62 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 62 as amended.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question
Yeah, I'm
that
going to ask that the Auditor General would want to participate.
and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Then it could be fronted.
The proposal is that clause 84 is amended in subclause 1
That's
by
very
substituting for the words a district fisheries officer, the words the chief fisheries officer. 3. The justification is that it is a consequential amendment arising from centralizing the licensing mandate. And the deletion of subclause 3 is to ensure consistency. Centralization of the licensing mandate. The register of all licensed artisanal processing facilities will be kept by the Chief Fisheries Officer under clause 56(1). I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 84 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 84.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 84 as amended do start.
You know, the first time very intimidating. I didn't know
And to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Motion.
Where is this revolutionary going? Where this revolutionary is going? I thought you were going to overthrow some government somewhere.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House do report thereto.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the House do resume and the committee of the
There is
House.
revolution everywhere.
Those in favor
Whether
say aye, and to the
South
contrary no.
Africa, Uganda,
The ayes have it.
the Caribbean, it means reform. So good to know that there's reform coming from the Auditor General's office. They're amazing. But you know, I want to eat nyama choma.
Report
That's the only
from the committee of the
wanted.
Beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill and amended clause 4 and 13. I beg to move.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the committee. Third reading. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill be read the third time and do pass into law.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the Fisheries Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary no. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2022.
Honorable members, I thank you for considering this bill. We have done our noble duty. This is part of ensuring that indeed we do conform to the rules. Honorable Minister, congratulations. Honorable Chair, congratulations. And Honorable colleagues, congratulations. I hope we've managed to get a win-win, you know, a win-win situation, so that we don't set precedents that this House favors force A against force B, you know, which is very, very important if we are to remain a House that is believed in by all. Okay? So, so I direct the clerk to expeditious to transmit the bill for presidential assent as in line to Rule 143, Sub-Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure. Next item.
Item 7 on the order paper, Bill's second reading, the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2022.
Yes, I think, colleagues, on that bill, we've really done, I want to report that today we had a meeting where we were reconciling positions because, you know, some of these laws, these are not bills of politics of what, this is a human organ. Yeah, there shouldn't be contention based on ABCD. So we had a whole morning, those of you who came to see me today, I was very, very busy because we were in that meeting with both ROP, Shadow Minister, Attorney General, Chair, Minister of Health, and we are trying to come up with positions so that we can guide the House very well. Because human organs are not issues where you will just stand up to debate, okay, and say, I propose ABCD amended. Those you are right as a member of Parliament. So I call upon Chair. It should be Minister, Honorable Minister. Sorry.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2021 be read for the second time.
Is the motion seconded? Honorable Felix Okoto Gong, Honorable Cyrus Haji Idi, Honorable Bigaros, Honorable Nancy, all of us colleagues. Chair? Chair, yes, as you come, colleagues, we uploaded this bill last week, and I urged you to read, so the chair is going to be given only 15 minutes of presenting a summary. If you wanted to read by listening to the chair, you're going to be in trouble. For a whole week, the bill has been uploaded. I hope you've gotten me very, very well. Chair?
Thank you, Right Honorable. For the record, I'm Dr. Charles Ayume, Member of Parliament, Koboko Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to lay the report on the Committee on Health on the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2021. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I would also like to lay the report of the Committee on the Uganda Human Organ and Donation Transplant Bill 2021, the minutes. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd also like to lay a report on the Committee on Health on benchmarking visit to Istanbul, Turkey, by 3 members of the committee. I beg to lay, Right Honorable.
Let's legislate for them. Some colleagues prefer shouting in the chamber than around the corridor. So let's do work for them. Yeah, it will be attributed to all of us.
The Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2021 was read for the first time on 5th July 2022 and referred to the Committee on Health in accordance with Rule 129, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament.
The Committee on Health scrutinized the bill in accordance with Rules 129, subclause 2, 129.3, and 129, subclause 4, and now begs to report. The report is being presented in compliance with Rule 130, Sub-Rule 2, which states that the chairperson of the committee to which the bill is referred, or member of the committee designated by the committee or the speaker shall, after the motion for the second reading has been moved under Rule 1 and seconded, present to the House the report of the committee on the bill. The background to the bill. Transplantation of human organs, tissues, and cells has become a worldwide practice which has extended and greatly enhanced the quality of hundreds of lives in patients affected by terminal organ failures. In 1954, the kidney was the first human organ to be transplanted successfully from one identical twin to another, and then between siblings who were not twins. In 1967, the first successful liver and human-to-human heart transplant was carried out. In 1968, several important developments took place, including the first successful pancreas transplant. In 1967, organ matching system was successfully done. In 1991, at the World Health Assembly in Geneva, WHO, through resolution WHA 40.13, adopted guiding principles for human transplant, which have had a great influence on professional codes and legislations. The principles emphasized voluntary donation, non-commercialization, and preference for deceased donors over living donors, and for genetically related donors over non-related donors. In 2004, the WHO's 57th World Health Assembly adopted another resolution concerning human organ and tissue transplantation, recommending the use of living donors in addition to deceased donors, and to take measures to protect the poorest and vulnerable groups from transplant tourism and the sale of tissues and organs, including attention to the wider problem of international trafficking in human tissues and organs. Data on unmet need of organ transplant in Uganda and the entire African region is scanty. In 2016, a total number of 643 organ transplants were performed in Africa, and this is lower compared to other WHO regions. In the United States of America, approximately 120,000 people, including children, need an organ transplant to live. In 2009, they were able to carry out more than 38,000 transplants. Right Honorable, in the interest of time, I propose we go to object of the bill, but also, in the interest of time, ask to skip that and go to justification of the bill. Worldwide, there is sharp rise in human...
That one was done by the minister.
Okay.
And then when you go to committee observations and recommendations, Honorable, this is what you hand at committee stage. Because you repeat it here, then we go to committee stage, you again repeat it, you know, and yet we allow debate at committee stage.
Thank you, Right Honorable, well guided. Bullet 6, Right Honorable, compliance with gender and equity, human rights, and sustainable development goals. The bill speaks to the above, so I would also recommend that I skip it and go straight to Bullet 7, which is committee observations and recommendations.
And that's why I was saying that we are going to be repeating ourselves, which is usually not necessary. So what is important is to capture the whole report. Because when you go to committee stage, what you are saying in your observations, since it's clause by clause, on the clauses you're going to amend, then we shall again repeat it at committee stage. It's a double work, although the format of the report is always like this. So that's an area, to me, give a summary to members generally on the major salient issues you have picked out as a committee in around 3 minutes, then we call your colleague.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. In summary, organ transplant, we are really about 2 decades behind. The need is there. There are very many people on dialysis, especially for the kidney, which is the most transplanted solid organ. And as a country, we have a backlog of a number of patients who are on dialysis, but long-term would benefit from kidney transplant. When we go to the skin, in the burns unit, the plastic surgeons are grappling with a lot of mortality. Patients we could have saved from 3rd-degree burns, more than 50% area coverage. We lose them because we don't have an enabling law to allow us transplant skin, for example, from a mother to a child. Novel areas such as science has shown that we could also transplant the placentas onto people with more than 50 degrees burns. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the point I'm trying to allude to here is that this is a very important bill. We need it as soon as yesterday. However, a very important bill like this is under a lot of threat. From one of our biggest threats is organ trafficking. A lot of safety nets have been captured in this bill to cater for that, from punitive measures, deterrent fines, and these fines do not only go to those involved in trafficking, but also the medical workers who are involved and the health facilities where some of these vices occur.
Thank you, Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chair. Clerk, capture the whole report on the Hansard. I understand you have a minority report. There is a minority report. So, Dr.
Yes,
Batu,
thank you very much. I have.
Today we spent around 3 hours, over 3 hours with Roper and him, and it was a hectic day, but we managed at least to come to a consensus on very many aspects.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Chair. I present the minority report on the Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2021. And the members that signed this report were Dr. Pio, Dr. Rume Baiga, and myself. We signed it because we ideally agreed with the majority report in certain areas, but we had few areas where we dissented. And these are the areas I'm sharing with you. One, we found the need to establish how consent is arrived at. In the draft, it talked of a close relative. In normal practice, when you're sick in the hospital, that person who is by your bedside is normally, consulted, and he takes decisions on your behalf if you're unconscious. So we abandoned that position, knowing the people who could be close and the circumstances and the need of consent under donation. And we went on for next of kin. Next of kin is not defined in the bill. We rely on the definitions which are in other laws of the land. And one of the laws is the Administrators General Act, where next of kin includes a widower or widow of a deceased person or any other person who by law would be entitled to letters of administration in preference to a creditor or legatee. So we found the need of defining next of kin in this law. If we don't do that, it is very ambiguous. And if you go to a hospital and you fail to pay the bill, that hospital to which is the creditor could be your next of kin and take decisions whether you should donate or not. Two, we dissented
but
on the powers of the minister.
Honorable colleague, in a meeting where you had your rope, okay, can you also update what from the discussion because people spent around 3 hours engaging, conceding on some, it's insisting on some. Can you also update?
Yeah.
Because you're going to take us back as if we spent a whole morning doing nothing.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The position I got from MyLop, how to proceed, is that we present the way we were before, such that members get the mind we had. But when it comes to the committee of the whole house, where we've reached consensus, we shall not deviate.
Then what I will do, when we go to the committee of the whole house, because I've not, it would be a repetition to present. Okay, then you go to the committee of the whole house, you again repeat the same. So when he stands up to present, you will be standing up to give your view as a dissenting view, okay? And then we guide properly.
Yeah. The tradition is in the committee of the whole house, you give your view, you do not debate. And
no, I will allow you. You explain.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we are not doing a debate. A debate on bills is on principles and objectives, not on clauses. But an explanation can be on a clause. So you will explain. Okay?
Right, Honorable Speaker, with the assurance that I will be given time to explain, or one opportunity to explain,
yeah,
thereby laying the foundation to which my mind is addressing that point.
Yeah.
I am obliged to go by your counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Batua. Our colleagues, I'm going to open up a debate. I don't know if you want. Or we go to second reading. Because, colleague, these are things which are very, very clear. Yeah. Kirak? Yes, procedure, Honorable Batua.
Yeah, Right
so
Honorable
that we can have more time at committee stage. I can give you more time at committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising on is that the essence of debate is, one, to look at the observations in the majority and then the observations in the minority such that we reach consensus. In a situation where the minority has not yet been stated, I want to seek your guidance whether it would be prudent to do debate at this side. Maybe we could do it also as well in the committee of the whole house.
Thank you. You see, that's what I guided. And now you're again misreading the house. A debate on a bill is on principles and objectives. Observations in a bill are on clauses. Okay? That's the difference, very simple difference. So now you just go into generalities. Colleagues, let's go to next item. Right? Colleagues, I now put a question. I now put the question that the bill entitled Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transport Bill 2021 be read the second time. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
The Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Bill 2021.
Thank you. Now, like I directed that you capture both reports in full, I want us to go on clauses by clause, and I'll be giving and the chair chance for us so that we all come, into a debate on a clause by clause, onto a submission on a clause by clause, and we come up with a consensus and we move. Okay?
Clause 1.
I put the question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Clause 2, delete paragraph C. Justification, the clause would create an assumption that Mulago is ready and has met the standard criteria for accreditation and designation. Bullet 2 is different types of organs can be harvested, and yet Mulago may not be in position to offer the entire spectrum of transplant services, yet the bill under clause 3 provides for over 19 services to be offered and implemented, and other centers may be ready to commence operation before Mulago. D, insert the word accreditation before the word designation. The justification is to allow due process for accreditation and designation to take place. C, insert a new provision after paragraph I to read to justification is research is a repository for knowledge and can be used for teaching purposes and for the development of new techniques, prevention, and policy development.
Honourable Minister.
I concur.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put the question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Clause 3 is and deleting reference to blood wherever it appears in the bill. The justification is regulation of blood transfusion, which is already going on in hospitals and other health centers, would affect the operations of health centers. The current facilities where blood donation has been going on will fall short of the criteria. Paragraph N by substituting cells with hair.
Already implied in clause 3.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is clear, Honourable Musa. Thank you. Do you consider on that, Honourable Musa?
Yes, I do concede.
Thank you. Honourable Amos, are you on the same?
Thank you, Chair. All what has been listed as part of the organs to be recommended in this bill, cells constitute even other parts of the body, which in a way has not been mentioned here. I think by leaving the word cells in this does not cause us any bad harm. The word cells should appear, even under air. It doesn't contradict anything to make the word cells there also.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, I will be repeating myself if I state this again. Clause 3, the Act is referring to the donation and transplantation of organs, tissues, and cells.
Simple.
And Part S again captures that and says other related organs, cells, and tissues.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put the question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair.
Substitute the definition of tissue evaluation with the following. Tissue evaluation means the analysis of tissue for viability, abnormality, contaminants, compatibility, and microorganisms to determine its fitness for purpose. The justification is the current definition in the bill is narrow. B, insert the following new definitions. Autograft means tissues which is transplanted within the same person. Allograft means tissue that is transplanted from one person to the other. Brain dead means a condition where a person is on artificial life support machine with irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain stem, confirmed by electroencephalogram and an independent team. And the person has no chance of revival. Bone marrow means the soft, spongy, gelatinous tissue that fills the medullary cavities or the centers of bones, which is responsible for the production of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. A retrieval team means an intensive care team that is capable of handling a patient on life support. Stem cells mean undifferentiated cells originating from adult or embryogenic tissue that can turn into specific cells as the body may need them. Stem cell transplant means a medical procedure performed to replace bone marrow that has been damaged or destroyed by disease, infection, or chemotherapy. Justification is for clarity.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, I concur. However, I would like to propose an amendment to the definition of bank under the same clause, where it states bank means an entity within the designated transplant center that provides or engages in one or more services involving the storage of organs, tissues, or cells from the living or deceased individuals for transplantation, and assessing donor suitability, including screening, recovery, processing, evaluation, testing, quarantine, labeling, storage, distribution, tracking, disposition, and recall of tissue. And we delete the last three words which says including blood banks, as was proposed in clause 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Chair.
Right Honourable, I concur with the Minister, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just wanted the House to look again at the definition of autograft and allograft. I think it is a bit narrow if we limit it to tissue. We can say it means tissue or organ which is transplanted within the same person. That is for autograft. And then allograft will mean tissue or organ that is transplanted from one person to another. Thank you.
So you want us to add the word or organ? Tissue or organ? Honourable Minister, what would that imply? Because he's saying you add the word. And organ is made of tissues, because cells, tissues, then organ. So isn't it a repetition? Wouldn't that be a repetition? Yeah. No. You see, colleagues, there is what is clear for you and what is clear in drafting terms. Drafting language and legislative language is very, very clear. So that's why we have draft teams, and the First Parliamentary Council and the Attorney General, they have to go after the ministers propose it. So we try to avoid repetitions, and our roads looking dirty. So the moment it is captured, and for you just want to say, it has to be clear. Honourable Musa? Wouldn't that be a repetition? You're the one I asked.
In my view, it wouldn't be, Because you know you can transplant tissue, or you can also transplant organ, the whole organ. So if you are transplanting an organ from one person to another, that becomes allograft.
Yes, Attorney General?
I think what the definition is saying is transplantation. And like you say, transplantation can mean tissue, cell, or organ. If we draft it that way, then in every clause where we have the word transplantation, we shall need to add tissue, blood, or cell. Now, once you define transplantation to mean this, then you start using that word. You don't continue repeating what you defined it as.
So, yes, we shall allow drafters also to, honorable colleagues. This is beyond science now, it goes legal to some extent. So, honorable colleagues, I put a question. Yeah. No, but Honorable Batua, listen, you're a member of the committee. This is not one of the issues you captured under your minority. No, but you're the one who has, I have your clauses from clause 8 in your minority. Yeah. Just use the microphone. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, in my minority report on page 2, item A speaks to clause 4, or should be addressed in clause 4. Item A, page 2. This item, first and foremost, the majority report abandoned the word close relation when we were discussing on how to derive consent from number 1, a dead person, number 2, a person who is unconscious, number 3, a child, because legally is below 18. So how do we derive consent from those people? So what came to us is getting consent from close relations. In the meeting, we abandoned this because we had fear as a committee, majority report, we had fear on who a close relation could be. We had fears of a co-wife giving consent in that situation, or a stepmother giving consent where a mother exists. So we went for next of kin. Now, having gone for next of kin, it is important in this clause, under interpretation, to define who the next of kin will be in the context of this law, not in the context of any other law of the land. So let us define next of kin, and it should be easy for us to define next of kin. We know there are people here who you would expect that the spouse can take decisions on their behalf, yet they trust their own children more than the spouse.
So, Honorable Kori, when you had that long debate on close relation versus next of kin, what did you agree? What did you agree? Just tell us after you changed it again.
We agreed to use the word. We agreed to use the word next of kin, but I'm worried for us to speed off, leave clause 4 before interpreting it, and the concern is that. No, I'm not
speeding off. I'm allowing you.
Yes.
If I was speeding off, I wouldn't have allowed you.
Yeah, Right Honorable Chair, we agreed to use the word next of kin.
Attorney General.
I think we are using the bill that was presented, and the report that has been presented by the committee. The committee has not proposed, from what I have, the dropping of clause relative to replace it with next of kin. So I don't know which clause we are talking about.
Right Honorable Chair, our worries are still subsisting. This law is deliberating for Uganda. The Uganda we know has men who have 2 wives. I don't know whether we also have women who have 2 husbands. But in this kind of scenario, the law is not clear on who should take the consenting decision. So we wanted the person to be affected by the law to have an option or to have a way of deciding who should take these decisions on his or her behalf.
You see, Honorable colleague, and make my work easy, okay? I'm reading your report. You're a member of the committee.
Yes.
Your first amendment is on clause 5.1. Huh? It's on clause 5.1. That's your first amendment from your own report. And you're a member of the committee, and you also know under Rule 134. You're limited. That's why I emphasize it. Now, you're a member of the committee. Why didn't you raise this as one of the issues in your report? Because I'm reading from your report, and I'm reading on page 5 of your own report.
Right,
your proposed amendments.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the environment in which this report was done, it was a very hurriedly done report, but you can clearly see on page 2,
Honorable,
item A.
Honorable, first take your seat. Honorable, first take your seat. Our colleagues, you will not work with colleagues. In your report, you say you have agreed with majority of the issues. You have a few issues. You came on the floor to ask for extension of time. Even that time we extended to you as a committee. You again consumed all of it. You needed more time. You have sat. Today, we spent the whole day. You know, one of the things me I'm concerned about, I don't know why readers sit. Then we should always come and battle it on the floor. Now, you're bringing issues which you didn't bring in your report, and I'm saying the rules don't allow you. So, Honorable Wasarira.
Chair, I thank you. I think, Chair, maybe to help my colleague, we should just try to place a context. Is it his view that he wants next of kin to be included in the interpretation clause? If so, let him say so and follow the procedure. Okay? I think it will lessen the burden.
If it's you, Honorable, I will allow you. Why? He's a member of the committee. When you're a member of, when you're a member of the committee writes a report. You have a chance of writing a minority report, and you write that minority report, and you don't raise an issue as one of the issues in your minority report, and you reach here, you as a member of the committee, okay? You want to bring, for you, maybe you can take it up for him.
Yeah, maybe,
I
Chair,
will allow you, but not him.
Now that I am seated near him, and we were together in Mwiri, he's my young brother, I am going to ask him, and with his indulgence, I'll move at the appropriate time.
And also, colleagues, if you know that you're bringing any amendments, please, I will not allow you. Reason being, I warned you last week. I said we have uploaded this report, okay? Rule 134 is very clear. You need to give notice to propose amendments. You went, you sat. If you never saw any amendments, I will not be gagged down by your failure to comply to the rules. And that's why I have emphasized to you, colleagues, that when we give you reports, read them. You don't read on the floor when they are presenting on the floor. Huh? So I will not give you opportunity, and then I inculcate a culture of impunity of us not reading, and then we come to cause confusion on the floor. But and where I can allow, it's at my discretion. But now, since I gave you a whole week, I will not allow that. No, but this one, Honorable Wasari.
No, actually, I want to support you on that. The rule you cite is very clear on amendments. Where amendments are major, and again the discretion is yours, the notice has to be given. Those amendments must be discussed in the committee. It cannot be an ambush. But there are amendments that are minor. Those could be accommodated.
It's me who chooses.
Yes, that's why I'm saying. I'm just amplifying your point. That maybe for purposes of understanding each other, that you don't completely close out amendments. You give colleagues an opportunity.
For purposes
then
of
you
clarity,
decide.
For purposes of clarity, such an important bill, I give you a whole week. I don't receive any notice of an amendment, whether major or minor. And yet you know I'm the one who will determine whether it's major or minor. It shows me you're satisfied with the bill. But what I want to emphasize is one simple point. That where we are required to read, let us go and read. Because I have seen it, we don't read. We read from here. When a minister does not read the whole statement, you don't debate. We have to stop it. Yeah. So,
Right Honorable Chair, before I sit down on this issue, allow me, because I've also been very, very cooperative where need has been, that the mind we had one last time, that the mind we had was that many Ugandan families, you find that the person doesn't rhyme well with the brothers, maybe because of issues of land or what. The person has many spouses. So we cannot derive consent from any of the listed people. We know that there is preference. Somebody may want a particular family person to be the one consulted on matters of consent. And as such, it was our considered view that for consent, and consent being a major issue in the organ donation and transplant, very, very, very key issue, we thought that we should now address ourselves to the word next of kin. This word can be, or this name can be got from historical documents. There are so many documents we interact with, and we are required to state the next of kin. So even when the person is unconscious, we can consult historical documents to get the next of kin. We can get next of kin from consulting that very person that's prior to being unconscious or anything. So the proposal and the way we are moving forward is that consent should be derived from the next of kin.
Okay, now colleagues, today, something funny which happened in today's meeting. You're going to force me to formalize what we had informally. Honorable Batua gave us a very good example. You know, we were tired and it made us laugh and relax. He said, you see the problem with next of kin, it might mean one of your creditors. He's the one who told us. And the rope was there. He says, you're doing bad, you're on the deathbed. Someone has your money. He signs for you, for your organ to be harvested, so that he gets money. So that he gets money and pays his loan and you're declared dead. Now, that was Honorable Batua. And the way you've laughed, that's what made us laugh. So, and that's when he agreed with cross-relation, saying next of kin will be dangerous, because some of us, when we are taking loans, we include our creditors as next of kin. So they must harvest our... So, AG, can you help us on this?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chairman. I think, like you have stated, this is a serious bill dealing with matters of life and death. If we leave these legal definitions, next of kin, we use them in so many different cases, in so many different scenarios, for so many different purposes. You will have a next of kin for different things. That's why we thought that close relation, which means a spouse, a son, daughter, father, mother, brother, or sister. It can't include your data. It can't include your neighbor. It can't include any next of kin that you may have. And by the way, honorable colleagues, once your decision to donate is voluntary, that means you are there and you are conscious. So whatever you're doing is also provided for on how you exhibit your personal consent. No one else can consent for you.
And this is for the living donor, because for the already dead donor, you would have given your consent before dying. Okay? Yes, before dying. Now, but for the living donor, this is where we need this. You see, colleagues, I don't want us to go far. We are going to open a long debate on something which is very clear. This is the bill where we are trying to tighten as much as possible. Okay? Honorable Batua, the way the Attorney General has put close relation. Huh?
Right Honorable Chair, now that close relative has been defined the way it is ambiguous, and indeed, unless we define next of kin in the context of this bill, unless we define it, but if we take it the way it is, next of kin is also ambiguous, so we can go with the status the Attorney General has given.
But let me ask you, colleagues. You see, whatever you're talking about, next of kin is not in the bill. Where? Where? So, AG, Attorney General, what the member is saying, okay, what the colleagues were saying, that in case where you have next of kin, I think where around two clauses, we move them to close relative. Okay? Yes. And
the shadow minister is clarity. My brother, learned Attorney General and Senior Counsel. Clarity. Because you see, you run a risk of interchangeably using the words close relation and next of kin. Because, for example, it appears in clause 64. So just to clarify, if we adopt one statement and we move, because if you don't, then even the implementation of the bill becomes particularly difficult.
I think that's what the Speaker was reporting, that in the meeting today, we said that wherever next of kin appears, because it is used many different places in different ways, we use close relation.
Would sort out issues of clause 64 and clause 66, which we shall be coming to. Okay? So, question, I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put the question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause
now,
5.
Colleagues, please. Colleagues, just go back, you read clause 4, you look at clause relative, okay? And I have told you, if you refuse to read, this is not a debate. You spent a whole week with the report, you never sent any single comment. Are you getting me? Now, a debate does not mean resolutions. Yes. And a debate of any bill, if I repeat myself for the last time, is on principles and objectives, not clauses. Please. I'm implementing your rules. I'm not inventing any rules. These are your rules. Procedure. Though in our rules committee stage is close to procedure, but I will allow you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and Chair, for your guidance. I just want to seek your guidance on when we speak to these clauses. Because if we seek to speak to them and you say there's no debate at this time, when do we speak to them to give our ideas about them? For example, some of us, we didn't understand the close relationship, what it was, and we disagreed. And we said there's no debate at this time. When do we speak to the particular clauses?
You see, Honorable, did you read the report? So when you read the report, okay? When you read the report, which report didn't talk about next of kin? Yes, because the report, in the committee report, they didn't talk about this next of kin because it's not part of the definitions. Why didn't you bring it as an amendment if you wanted it? So, colleagues, please, I will not allow reading of reports here and then you derail us. And this is going to be your running curve. I will not allow it.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the learning curve is in a very wrong bill. This is life, sir.
I put the question, if it was life, you should have taken it as a matter of life and death.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the close relationship, not next of kin, but the close relationship. Because
Honorable,
my close relationship...
under our rules, you are allowed to recommit any clause.
Most obliged.
I put the question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary. Oh. No. Sorry? Yes, you had an issue. Sorry. I haven't pronounced myself. The shadow had an issue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. We have an issue on clause 5. This beautiful clause, clause 5, in sub-clause 2, it gives this council an opportunity to be an independent council. But again, in the very clause, sub-clause 1, this very clause withdraws that independence. How? Clause 1 reads, the minister may give directions in writing to the council with respect to the policy to be observed and implemented by the council under this act. And the council shall, the word is shall, you should underline, shall comply with those directions. So in law, the word shall coming before a verb, it leaves you with no option but to comply. Now, in sub-clause 2, it reads, directions given by the minister under subsection 1 shall not adversely affect or interfere with the independence of the council or the performance of the functions and exercise of the powers of the council under this act. Right, Honorable Chair, it is our view that we delete the word from the word and the council shall comply with those directions. Because when you look at the functions of this council, among many is that one of the waiting list and regulating the allocation of organs. In this very bill, there is no policy on how people on the waiting list are going to access organs. It's not clear whether it's first come, first serve. It's not clear whether preference is given to somebody who has donated before. It's not clear whether we are giving organs to people who are critically ill. So we see a situation where the council takes a decision to allocate an organ to somebody in their view they feel deserves, and the minister comes out contrary. And we know in our land here that for the first time we have a minister who is a doctor. But it's very possible. Okay, this time the word is this. This time we have a minister who is a doctor. So it is our considered view. It is our considered view that the word and the council shall comply with those directions. We'll delete it. We can hold the statement that the minister may give directions in writing to the council with respect to the policy to be observed and implemented by the council under this act. Full stop. We end there.
Right Honorable Speaker, I think we had a long debate on that in the morning, and the shadow minister seemed to have considered. I'm not sure what transpired over lunch, that he has taken steps back. But, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister is not going to work in isolation. The council is going to give the technical guidance, even if the minister is not technical. It will be on the recommendations of the council. However, I would also want to draw your attention to that the issue being discussed here is policy. The minister may give direction in writing to the council with respect to policy. Removing the word shall means the council can usurp its powers and decline the policy direction.
Honorable colleague, you see, anyway, I've run a lesson. Next time I will use my time very well. There is a lesson I've run. I will use my time very well next time, other than spending it with colleagues who later on don't respect what you've agreed. Now, number one, on this issue, policy, the minister will give policy direction on a policy and shall be gazetted. So tell me really, which kind of day-to-day interference would the minister make that would require to be gazetted? Every day he wants, I want you committee council to change ABCD, so I issue a gazette. Then the minister will be issuing a gazette every day. Whatever policy direction the minister must give the council must be gazetted. This is a clear safety net. And under, yes, it's under this, this clause, Honorable. I'm reading from this clause. It says, the minister shall cause a copy of any directions given to the council under subsection 1 to be published in the gazette. And they are limited on a policy.
Yeah, Right Honorable Chair, for avoidance of doubt, maybe I should be clear. I thought that the way we are proceeding is that I should share the mind I had before the meeting we were in for consensus, such that we had we considered on certain points, but these points, some of these issues exist in the minority report, and the members with which we signed the minority report were not in that meeting.
Then you should have told me. I wouldn't have called that.
I should have stated my minority at the right time. But you remember the request I made to the Right Honorable. I made a request that unless the request I made before agreeing to the arrangement we have now, because this arrangement is new, I requested that unless I address the House with the mind we had while making the minority report. You get it? Otherwise, I wasn't given an opportunity.
Honorable, can you guide us? Colleagues, let Lop guide us.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. You know, this meeting took us from 10:30 to 1:30, and we tried to cover a lot of ground, but we also circumspect as to some of the issues that could arise when the plenary sits finally. I would like to advise Right Honorable Chair that the chairperson presents the position as taken in the meeting. And if the Honorable Shadow Minister feels that a position has been probably migrated, he would rise and return us to the center. That would help us to go over this matter probably better.
Is the Honorable colleague satisfied with that?
Right Honorable Chair, how else can I fail to be satisfied by the directive from my law?
Thank you.
I'm very satisfied.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob, for guiding the House. Otherwise, for sure, I was really getting shocked. I kept looking at my colleague Batua to see whether this is a colleague I had in a meeting. And I supported on many issues in a meeting. And we came to a meeting of minds. So, Honorable Chair or Honorable Attorney General, you can guide on some, because we captured it very well. and to addressing his concerns.
Clause 5, Right Honourable Speaker, from my records was it was agreed that be kept as it is because sufficient safeguards had been put in place to ensure that the minister cannot misuse that authority.
Thank you. So, honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable. Delete clause 6. The justification is the type of assistance and support which the minister is supposed to offer is not clear. The ambiguity posed by the provision can therefore easily be subject to abuse by wrong elements.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, I concur.
Thank you.
We also concur.
Yeah, you didn't raise any matter on it. You didn't raise. Honourable Batu, I have your clauses here. Is 5, 8, 10, 28, 29, 30, and 34. I have them well listed where you raised issues. On the rest, you agreed with the committee. So, colleagues, I put the question that clause 6 be deleted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. Those in
clause 7.
The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Chair.
Amend the provision as follows. Amend the cross-heading and the head note to read Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Council. Justification for clarity and uniformity. B. Amend subclause 5 by substitution the words Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council with the words relevant health professional councils.
Justification, Chair?
Sorry, the justification to accommodate all other professional bodies.
Honourable Minister?
Concur.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, I put a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7 as amended.
Honourable colleagues, I put the question that clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Chair.
Clause 8 is amended by inserting the words sociology, pharmacy, IT, surgery and medicine after the word financial management. The justification is to accommodate for the transitioning of medicine in the near future.
Yes. There is also, I want to, okay, let that on a general capture, then Honourable Batu can explain something if he's satisfied. Because he had raised a minority opinion on this clause 8.
Yes. Right Honourable Chairman, we took the considerations given by the majority report and the minority report. The minority report talked about including certain qualifications in the board. The majority report had a request to add a director general, and that's so we didn't want a director general because this looks like a full-time job. So you can't have two jobs because the council is going to be very busy. So we proposed that clause 7 and 8, clause 8b get two clauses. A, that there shall be a council of 7 members. Then 2, which is now what exists here, B, that members of council shall be persons of high moral character and proven integrity who are qualified and have experience in specified fields such as medicine, surgery, intensive care, law, anesthesia, financial management, bioethics and investigative specialists, sociology, pharmacy, IT. The justification was that the council's needs may change from time to time, and therefore it may be difficult to prescribe today what kind of qualification you will specifically need at any point on the council. So we thought that this was inclusive, but it restricted it was inclusive, but the minister had to explain why they will be deviating from this kind of qualification. I beg, sir.
Yeah, let me first get he had a minority opinion. So let me first.
I had a minority opinion, though I should not be mistaken that we didn't arrive to consensus on this issue. But the minority opinion we had is that the qualifications that were listed are qualifications that come with bias on the recipient or the patient on the council. And we thought that we should include, because these are all doctors, and generally for a doctor what is important is the well-being of your patient. All the decisions you do will be decisions that help the patient. So we believed that there should also be people who have a bias of the donor, such that there is consensus arrived at. And that's why we came up with a social scientist who has knowledge and can interpret and understand and relate or help formulating policies that relate with the society, because this is where donors come from. This is the mind we had, and the consensus we reached is what the Attorney General has given, that we open it up as and when the minister sees relevancy, those various professions can be brought on board. So I concede to the position we took in the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Sisiroga.
Chair, on the composition where they said the membership of the council should be 7, I would wish to propose that 50% of which must be women, because many of the medical challenges are of that of women. So I would want to know how many of the women is in this council. And for me, I would be comfortable with 50%, because many of the challenges are women challenges. So, Chair, I would want to know. I was not in this private meeting where our LOP went.
No, but Honorable Korig, the issue of gender is a constitutional matter. The Constitution settles it. So it's, and the Constitution is supreme. So it is covered under the Constitution.
Chair, the Constitution stipulates 30%, but you know that Parliament now has adopted 40%. And because health is extremely important, we can adopt 50%.
You see, Honorable, the Constitution says at least a third. It can even be 100%. Yeah. So really, on issues which are clear with the Constitution, I would say we don't. Yeah.
Repeat ourselves.
Mama, we've never forgotten you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Shadow Minister and the Minister and the AG. Mr. Chair, sir, we are like in a theater, attending to a patient on a life support. Mr. Chair, sir, you have served on university committees, including such committees, identifying the best brains that we have in the country. That's the presiding officer that we have. Mr. Chair, legislation requires clarity and precision. Mr. Chair, sir, I'm struggling to recognize why we can't be clear on the element of qualifications. And we're leaving it open-ended. I'm not disputing the fact that this should be wide open to different academic and scientific fields. But in the legislation, Mr. Chair, sir, we have to be very, very clear in as far as qualifications are concerned.
Thank you, Honorable.
And Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I would ask that I think this particular bill, duty falls upon each and every one of us, that we give the opportunity to the best brains that we have. We're in Uganda.
Now, whenever you're in the principles.
On
Okay,
principle,
we are
yes,
in the principles
Mr.
and-
Chair, I would even go to the extent that the head of this council should be a professor in the relevant field and a medical professor, because I see the social scientists or political scientists like me coming on board. I don't see my qualification to head that council, Mr. Chair, and I think this particular bill should really be very, very clear in as far as guiding us as concerned that a head, somebody or Ugandan to head that council must be of a particular qualification. And in this case, he should be, or he or she must be a professor and a full professor, and a particular with a PhD.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, thank you.
Thank you very
Now,
much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, you see, if you had the Attorney General properly, the world is evolving at a very quick rate. For example, when we were discussing today, we discussed the issue of Petroleum Authority, where we came here, formed the law, and we specified so and so must be the one on Petroleum Authority board. Now, at that time, we were looking at qualifications in petroleum. That's where all our eyes were at. In the process, just had around 4 years, a short time, we've gone into commercialization of our oil. At that time, Parliament had not looked at economists. Now they need economists. So what are they doing? They are hiring around, looking around, and proposing to come here and amend, so that they can even allow economists on the board. Because when you just bring someone from the side, then it becomes difficult for that person cannot have a say like a substantive member of the board. So instead of tying down the minister, so we gave examples, okay? And we included sociologists and pharmacists as I had brought it, and we felt whenever there is a big transformation in society, new trends emerge, the minister should be able to bring on board all those changes without referring back to the law or spending a lot of money on consultants. So whenever... No, it's switch on.
Thank you, Chair. Going by the amendment
But
of the
here
Attorney...
we don't deal with small things here. Yes.
Going by the amendment of the Attorney General, I think the title of the clause should change to composition and qualification.
No composition is provided for under 7. Under clause 7. So 8 is for qualifications. Okay? And that's why I want to give room to our people when they are cleaning up, because also the Attorney General, when he was submitting on the Hansard, we have it, he said there shall be a council of 7 people, then which would be repetition because it's already covered under 7. So, but would give room to our people to clean up.
Thank you, Chair. I still have a reservation on these qualifications, the many disciplines that we have mentioned. It should be have had experience in relevant fields. There is no need for us to mention all these disciplines in law, in this law when we are legislating. This should be someone who has had experience in a relevant field. That should be enough. But when we start,
Attorney General?
When we start talking about now, I'm going to start asking, why do you put financial management? Why do you put a relevant field? Should be enough.
Attorney General?
Right Honorable Chairman, what the member is saying is the most ideal. It's the most ideal because it allows the person, the authority to make. But in order to keep some degree of control as to how far the minister can go, when we list these, when you're interpreting a clause like this, we use what they call an adjournment generis rule, that you must appoint people who are similar or near to these kinds of areas. There must be some similarity. Meaning here you cannot go and bring a trader and tell us they're going to be here because they are not adjournment generic to this kind of group.
Thank you. And you see, honorable colleagues, why this helped? For example, to the minister, a pharmacist and sociologist were not important. But to Dr. Batua, they were important. And even to me, because I was supporting Dr. Batua. So we widened, but also controlled a little bit. So colleagues, I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the committee and modified by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put the question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put the question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary no.
Clause 10.
Oh. Clause 9? There was an amendment.
Clause 9D.
So, no, we shall recommit it. Okay? Because we have already, yes.
Clause 10.
Chair, are you okay with clause 10?
No. Clause 10 is amended by redrafting to read, a member of the council shall hold office for 3 years and is eligible for reappointment.
Honourable Minister?
I concur.
No, there was an opinion. So, Attorney General captured it for us?
Yes. The minority report was proposing that we have a 6-year term, while the main, the other part, the majority, let me finish, was saying that we'll have 3 years. And the minority had a justifiable reason that you lose a resource that is still useful to you in a very short time, and yet you may spend a lot of time training them and preparing them. However, also, the majority was also very careful to say, if this person becomes a problem, getting rid of them also, because we give them independence and a certain degree of security and protection, releasing them becomes a problem. So the middle ground was let them be 3, they can be reappointed as many times as they remain useful. I beg to submit.
Honorable Batua?
Yeah, we concede to that new version.
Thank you.
Chair, I remember we looked at one of the bills recently, and we decided that if there is to be renewal, should not be more than once. If you have given 3 years, and a person serves for another 3 years, that's 6 years, we should not make an individual a permanent feature of that organization, because anything can happen. I think regular renewal is good for the organization. So I would rather, if the Attorney General could reconsider, based on the precedents that we have already made, that we should not just leave this renewal open, but we should renew only once.
Honorable Bigaros.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. It's very crucial and imperative to always have a term limit, because some people become permanent and pensionable. Thank you. I will kindly request that there must be an insertion of 1 term.
You know, this was the only opportunity we've had where Dr. Batua has supported the move of term limits. Yeah, let Attorney General
Mr.
give
Chairman,
a clarification.
This kind of thing, like Mama Cecilia is saying, is correct. We should have control. But these specialists and consultants of this nature, no, they are there. I'll give you an example what we're struggling with when we're in Makerere. Makerere has an age limit for professors, 70 years. But you see a 70-year-old still useful, still vibrant, and you're struggling, you must release them. So even here, you may want to give yourself, we may want to give the minister the opportunity to use those who are still useful. But because they are coming up for renewal every so often, 6 years is a long time because it's also a long, we're saying 3 years and then renewable, regular. The problem with one's colleagues, that's what I'm saying, the problem with one's is that this skill that we are dealing with of transplants and etc. Is not highly available to us here today. So if you restrict it, restricting it may help now, but it may become a problem in a very short time, and we need an amendment.
Honorable Aisha Kawanda and Honorable Agnes Apea.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. We are speaking about highly professional tasks. In my opinion, actually 3 years is too short a time. 5 years is good time. If we made 5 years renewable once, that makes 10 years of service is good time for someone to serve. So whereas I hear Mama Cecilia, who wants term limit over that, in my opinion, I would say would open forever because they're highly professional. But we can say, I'm here to move an amendment, that we say 5 years renewable once, so that someone has sufficient time to serve and takes away the tension of renewal all the time.
Seconded?
Yes, I'm here to second the 5 years renewable once. Thank you.
Right Honorable Chair, we had a long discussion on this, and let us not forget that you may appoint a board and you end up with people with misconduct, bad behavior, and so on, and you don't want to get stuck with such people.
But you have a process of removing them.
Yes, and that is why we said, whereas this is a highly specialized board, and we are going to spend resources training them, it is nice to have 3-year limits and reappoint them if you are happy with them. No, we are not saying once because you are spending resources. And if they are good, you continue reappointing them.
Now,
if they are not good, you drop them.
You see, colleagues, there is a question. But you see, colleagues, for example, today, one of the specialists we had, Dr. Frank or something, from Rago, one of the few specialists we have in this area, I think he was Dr. Batua, the Dr. Frank whom we had, the specialist, is a young person. He's a young person. He's even there. He's one of the few specialists we have in the country. Now, they are not even 5 of them in the country. So, I'm told there are 3 of them. So you put him on a board, and in 6 years you're saying he must go away. When you have not even trained, or even if you training does not even guarantee you such a specialist. You can train and you go through the process, you don't get them. So, since we put a very stringent regime, on qualifications, on performance, on monitoring, and since for the first time Dr. Batua has supported removal of term limits, why don't we really work on this? Colleagues, allow me to put a question. Because we shall not finish this. There is a question from Honorable Aisha Kawanda, and seconded is the first I will put, which was, no, there is a question.
Honorable Chair, I did not accept to remove of term limits, but I considered to the view, yeah, it can be politically misunderstood. I consider
no.
to the view of the Attorney General that we are going to invest a lot of money in training these doctors, and I know to get somebody to the level we wish, it could take 30 years of training, including the time he has been trained. So we can't give up such talent by putting a restriction.
Thank you. Colleagues, I want to make a clarification. Someone might misunderstand Honorable Batua, that he has supported the removal of political term limits. No, that's not what we mean. It was just on a right note. Okay? It was on a right note. This bill is not political at all. So I want it to go on record. I don't want someone to go and use it in a ginger that Honorable Batua supported removal of term limits. Colleagues, we shall not finish. We have a question. We have two issues at hand. Let me first put a question on the first amendment. On the first amendment, no, we shall not sleep here, colleagues. No. Please. I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Those in favor, by the Attorney General. Those in favor, say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I put a question that clause 12 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I put the question that clause 16 stand as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I put a question that clause 17 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18.
I put the question that clause 18 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I put the question that clause 19 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I put the question that clause 20 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I put the question that clause 21 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I put the question that clause 22 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I put the question that clause 23 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I put the question that clause 24 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I put the question that clause 25 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I put the question that clause 26 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I put the question that clause 27 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Chair.
Amend the provision as follows by deleting subclause 1. In subclause 2, by deleting the words notwithstanding subsection 1. And redraft the provision to read, the minister may, in consultation with the council by statutory instrument, designate a hospital as an organ, tissue, or cell donation transplant center. The justification is consequential. Subclause 1, which the provision makes reference to, was deleted.
Honourable Minister?
I concur.
It's Honourable Attorney General, because the shadow minister had a contrary view, but it's a consequential amendment now. So meaning we can't do much about it.
Right Honorable Chair, on clause 28, which is in part 6, which deals with transplant centers, designating transplant centers, where we departed from the majority report, we were of the view that the activity of harvesting of organs should strictly be done by government. Our fear was on an imminent patient, being a patient in intensive care unit, being looked at as an imminent donor. You are a patient, badly off, and because that very hospital where you are as a patient in their intensive care has a patient on the waiting list, and perhaps you're having challenges paying your bill, we were fearing that the hospital could start looking at you as a donor and process you that way. The other fear was arising in this activity of donation and transplant being a business venture. While in Turkey we discovered that investment could go to the extent of 150 million US dollars, that is 400 billions, investing in a center to do these kinds of activities. And we know world over, the cost of these, like kidney transplant, is about 80,000 US dollars. In the developed countries, so many people need these services, but they can't access donors. So we were worried that we could have medical tourism. Somebody comes, you have clients ready to pay 80,000 US dollars, you have an investment by way of loan in excess of 400 billions. What is missing are the donors. And the donors have to be Ugandans. So we were worried for the Ugandans who drink and sleep on the road. We were worried of Ugandans who walk alone at night, that these could actually be potential donors, and that mafia kind of activity could suffice. So we were worried and brought our concern, and the meeting advised that your concern can be taken care of in clause 54. So, Right Honorable Chair, I pray that much as clause 54 is not in my report, when we get to that clause, you allow me to rise up such that we fix that loophole and Ugandans are safe under this law. I beg to move.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 28 as amended.
I put the question, honorable members, that clause 28 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 29.
Chair.
Amend the provision as follows by substituting subclause 1 to read as a hospital that wishes to be designated as a transplant center under Section 28 shall apply to the Council for accreditation and designation by inserting 3 new subclauses after subclause 4 to read as follows. A hospital designated as a transplant center shall be accredited annually for suitability to offer services and issue accreditation certificate which expires by 31st of December of every calendar year. 6, notwithstanding the provisions of subsection 3, the person aggrieved by the decision of the council may appeal to the minister within 30 days from the date of the decision of the council. There was no timeline. Thank you.
Chair, is that all? In your report, there is 7. In your
the minister shall dispose of the appeal within 30 days for the date of receipt of the appeal.
No, from, not for.
From the date of receipt of the appeal. Yeah. And the justification is for justice to be served to the applicant after all due process is considered.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Chair, I concur.
Honourable Attorney General, in this matter.
We looked at it and these are okay.
Honourable Dr. Batua, you had an issue on this?
Concur.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Watkins.
Mr. Chair, while I recognize the sensitivity of this process in this particular bill, my concern is about accreditation, in a sense that we're making it every year. I wanted to know the process and the procedure and the mechanism. How long does the accreditation committee sit in a year? Because I don't want to see my minister or our minister struggle on issues to execute her mandate just because we put 1 year. Mr. Chair, sir, I was wondering whether it would offend our system, our medical system, if we open this a little to cover 2 years for accreditation, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Chair, first of all, to allay the colleagues' anxiety, all hospitals and clinics are subject to licensing annually. All these hospitals you go to, the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council has to license them every year. For the case of the transplant centers, it is the Transplant Council to accredit them. And it is imperative that they do it annually because you want to make sure that the transplant center is fit to carry out transplant in terms of equipment, human resources, and otherwise. Some of the equipments become obsolete. Would you like to be worked on with an obsolete equipment or a missing surgeon? So it is important that every year they are accredited, just to make sure that everything in the checklist is available. I thank you.
Is that okay?
Mr.
Let's
Chair,
finish this close, Honorable Sarira.
Mr. Chair,
because we are concluding it.
I think I'm comfortable with the minister's clarification.
Thank you.
I think it has the precision and the clarity.
Thank you.
Required. Thank you.
Yes. Honorable colleagues, I put a question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 29 as amended.
Honorable colleagues, I put the question that clause 29 as amended stands as part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Procedure, Honorable Sariva.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yesterday you did communicate that we shall be having a dinner today. When I look at the watch, the wall clock, it is 6:30. And this is the right time for dinner. I am made to understand my colleague is addressing the country at 8. Today.
You are fellow party president?
Yes, a fellow party president. Chair, and yesterday I did raise health concerns, especially to you. You're oversitting, and you are still a young man, still energetic, still producing, and you are not moving. In the premises, Right Honourable Chair, I move a motion that the House does resume. And we go for the dinner and wait for tomorrow to finish this business.
Honorable, can your motion be very clear? We eliminate dinner.
Chair, I move a motion that the House does resume.
Is the motion seconded? Yes. Honorable Rulme Baiga. No, on a question there is no procedure. Honorable Rulme Baiga, Honorable Mshremeza, yes. Honorable Rauben, Honorable Tim Ga. Now I've seen really the people I've been holding here. So now, Honorable colleagues, I put the question that the House resumes. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honourable Minister.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.